Bonjour, Monsieur Galishka. Euh,
Bonjour.
vous m'écoutez? Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous, c'est Sherif Awad. Nous avons parlé beaucoup par mail, n'est-ce pas?
C'est cela.
Et, maintenant, on parle en direct sur YouTube, sur ma chaîne. D'abord, racontez-moi votre commencement et comment ça a commencé votre intérêt pour la musique et le cinéma à la fois.
Bon, écoutez, d'abord, je suis le fils d'une comédienne, chanteuse d'opéra, chanteuse d'opérette.
Oui,
Et ensuite, j'avais déjà l'environnement de la musique dans mon corps, dans ma tête. Et
oui,
au fil, si vous voulez, des années, j'ai beaucoup voyagé et je suis atterri à Paris où
oui,
j'ai suivi des études normales, universitaires, jusqu'au doctorat d'ethnologie. Et puis, parallèlement, j'ai développé une activité de musique, de compositeur. Euh, j'ai fait plusieurs enregistrements, au total une trentaine d'enregistrements, dont la moitié ont été publiés dans différents pays, distribués dans différents pays. Ensuite, j'ai euh, rencontré un producteur de musique, Pierre Lattès. Et ensuite, j'ai rencontré Michel Guy, Joséphine Markovitch, le Festival d'automne. Et j'ai obtenu une bourse, Villa Médicis, sur les murs. Donc, j'ai passé quasiment un an aux États-Unis. J'ai fait pas mal de concerts. Et j'ai une appréhension de la vie musicale, de ce qu'on appelle
oui,
la musique contemporaine classique ou musique nouvelle, etc., etc. Il y a eu différentes dénominations. Donc ensuite, je suis rentré en France et parallèlement, j'ai fait un choix de vie. C'est face à, disons, aux réalités de la vie courante.
oui,
J'ai monté avec une société de distribution.
oui,
Préalablement, j'avais organisé pendant 4 ans un festival qui s'appelait le Festival international du cinéma du tiers-monde, qui a eu lieu à Paris, au cinéma Bonaparte, La Pagode, en 79. En 80, c'était à l'Entrepôt, au cinéma La Clé. Ensuite, au Trois Haussmann en 1981. Et puis en 1982, au Rivoli-Beaubourg. Et puis ça s'est arrêté là. Parallèlement, dans la foulée, j'ai créé ma société de distribution, qui s'appelait Films sans frontières. Tout ça grâce, si vous voulez, à la nouvelle politique, au changement politique qu'il y a eu en 81 avec la venue de la gauche au pouvoir. Okay, donc,
oui,
ayant déjà une connaissance très très importante de la cinématographie mondiale, j'ai acheté des droits de films et que j'ai revendu, etc. J'ai commencé une activité de distribution. Grosso modo,
oui,
35 ans plus tard, j'ai sorti environ 400 films en salle, à la télévision et parfois dans le monde entier. Aujourd'hui, je suis à la tête d'un catalogue environ de 5000 titres du monde entier. Afrique, Asie, Amérique latine, Amérique du Nord, Europe, etc., pour faire ça un peu. Des films depuis le cinéma muet jusqu'aujourd'hui. Bon, principalement, ce sont des classiques, mais avec les grands noms de la cinématographie mondiale, que vous connaissez tous, comme Rossellini, comme Kurosawa, comme Mizoguchi, comme Satyajit
Oui.
Ray, etc.,
Mhm.
etc., etc., etc. Donc, avec le temps, si vous voulez, j'ai continué aussi mon activité de compositeur et j'ai fait converger mon intérêt pour mon activité dans le cinéma avec ma créativité musicale. Et donc, j'ai fait des musiques, des nouvelles musiques, des films muets, entre autres. J'ai commencé par Nosferatu, ensuite il y a une Nétropolis, Caligari, classique allemand, et ensuite Ozu. Enfin, j'ai environ composé 70 musiques de films, nouvelles musiques qui ont été diffusées sur les plateformes, parfois à la télévision, parfois en salle, etc., etc., etc. Voilà, grosso modo.
Oui, mais je voudrais savoir, par exemple, vous avez des films comme Nosferatu, par exemple, hmm, et des autres films comme Vivre, par exemple, du Chine, etc., avec Zhang Yimou. Euh, et ces films, pour que vous avoir leurs droits avec Films sans frontières, leurs droits initiaux sont terminés, par exemple, ou vous cherchez leurs droits pour la France seulement ou pour le DVD, pour quel média? Comment ça marche
Nous,
pour
on
des
distribue
films
les films.
trop?
Ouais.
Uh-huh,
Nous, on distribue les films dans le monde entier. C'est des films dont
mhm.
on fait l'acquisition. Et voilà, il n'y a pas
Seulement en DVD, seulement
tout
pour le
droit, tout droit,
DVD.
tout média. Tout droit, tout média.
Ah, c'est-à-dire pour la diffusion aussi pour les télévisions, le
Ouais, sur
streaming
les
maintenant.
plateformes, etc.
Très bien. Mais maintenant, quels sont les défis pour vous avec votre société maintenant? Ce sont des défis techniques ou financiers pour avoir de nouveaux films. Quelles sont les difficultés que vous êtes en face?
Bon, si vous voulez, grosso modo, aujourd'hui, nous, on est une société indépendante, ok, qui
Oui.
existe depuis 35 ans, qui s'est autofinancée. Bon,
Uh-huh.
j'ai fait une parenthèse sur mon activité d'exploitant de salle de cinéma, parce que j'avais des salles à Paris, à Marseille, à Lyon et à Rouen. Bon,
Mm.
ceci rejoint mon idée, être indépendant aujourd'hui dans le cinéma, c'est une gageure, ok? Parce
Oui,
que
oui.
si on n'est pas adossé à, disons, une structure institutionnelle, il est très difficile de survivre. J'ai
Uh-huh.
survécu parce que je suis international, je suis cosmopolite, je parle plusieurs langues, et grâce à mon savoir, j'ai pu résister face à processus, je dirais, de concentration et surtout du fonctionnement des élites économiques et financières qui régissent la plupart des pays dans le monde. Voilà, c'est tout.
Oui. Mais maintenant, par exemple, je sais, il y a, par exemple, en France, il y a le Cinémathèque français, il y a l'Institut Lumière, il y a la francophonie. Est-ce que ces institutions, ces corps, un peu gouvernemental, est-ce que ils vous donnent un peu d'appui ou pas?
Aucun. Ce sont des
Aucun.
concurrents. Ce sont des concurrents parce
Uh-huh,
que eux touchent plusieurs dizaines de millions d'euros de subventions par an.
uh-huh,
La Cinémathèque française, avec ses salles de cinéma, est diffuseur des films comme un exploitant. Il cumule. Ce qui les
uh-huh.
turlupine, comme l'Institut Lumière, qui est aussi exploitant de salles de cinéma, c'est de devenir
Oui,
distributeur. Le seul ennui,
oui,
c'est qu'il y a un certain nombre de sociétés qui font de la réédition. Il y a une tradition de la réédition en salle en France depuis soixantaine d'années. Et donc, les grands chefs-d'œuvre du cinéma, ce qu'on appelle le top 50 des grands films du cinéma mondial, sont réédités par disons, cet ensemble de distributeurs qui sont subventionnés par le CNC et donc il est difficile pour des structures qui sont déjà ultra subventionnées de se lancer aussi dans la distribution. Voilà. Mais vous avez l'exemple en Angleterre avec le BFI, qui est une structure d'archivage, de diffusion, enfin, qui mange un peu à tous les râteliers et qui fait du business et qui, voilà, ils sont censés être un non-profit organization. Mais ça, c'est un autre débat. Voilà, donc simplement, aujourd'hui, il y a un arbitrage qui fait que les sociétés éditrices de classiques qui sortent en DVD, en Blu-ray, à la télévision et en salle principalement, arrivent à survivre parce que, disons, la politique du CNC, je ne dis pas interdit, mais disons dissuade objectivement l'Institut Lumière et la Cinémathèque française de se lancer dans la diffusion.
Oui. Mais maintenant, monsieur, par exemple, pour que vous, si disons que vous avez eu le droit d'un film 35 mm ou un négatif, par exemple, ok? Est-ce que vous avez votre propre laboratoire pour la restauration et le transformer en DVD et en digital, ou vous utilisez les labos des autres entités?
Nous n'avons pas de structure, on travaille avec des laboratoires français ou étrangers.
Oui.
On travaille avec l'Inde. Et puis surtout, on se débrouille avec des collègues, etc., etc. On trouve des moyens de constituer un catalogue de films en haute définition. Et voilà. Donc, récemment, on a fait la restauration d'un film qui s'appelle Just a Gigolo avec David Bowie, film de David Hennings.
C'est dans les années 70, je pense.
77, hein,
77, oui.
Qui est un peu oublié, mais c'est David Bowie. David Bowie, qui est l'acteur qu'on sait, n'empêche que c'est une icône et c'est une commande d'un distributeur international anglo-saxon. Et le Blu-ray est sorti en Angleterre, au Royaume-Uni, aux États-Unis, en Australie et aux Pays-Bas. Donc, effectivement, ça c'est un exemple. Il va sortir en France. Le DVD va sortir en France. Ça, c'est une opération très complexe, voilà, parce qu'il a fallu retrouver le matériel, le bon matériel. C'est un film en couleur. Les films en couleur sont très fragiles. Voilà. Donc, il y a, on est en train de faire un travail sur Xala de Ousmane Sambéné. Pareil. La restauration, tout ça, ça va coûter bonbon. Et puis, pareil, sur d'autres films sur lesquels on travaille, on fait des opérations très précises. Et tout le reste, on trouve du matériel, on fait des transferts haute définition. Et voilà, bon, je veux dire, mais on ne touche aucune subvention du CNC parce que ce sont des films étrangers. Okay, pas des films fondamentaux européens, et puis c'est des films étrangers, et donc ça devient compliqué. Voilà.
Je pense aussi que David Bowie est comme le cas d'Elvis Presley aussi. Pour beaucoup de leurs fans ne pensent pas qu'ils ont mouru. Et aussi, comme Elvis Presley, David Bowie a fait beaucoup de bons films durant les années 70, pendant son grande célébrité. Je me souviens aussi, vous avez l'homme qui est tombé sur la Terre, The Man Who Fell to Earth. C'était un très bon film de science-fiction parlant de Métropolis. Derrière vous aussi. Oui, mais maintenant, parlons un peu du cinéma africain et puis le cinéma égyptien. Quels sont, vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de films africains qui ont été perdus, les films de commencement du cinéma africain après l'indépendance dans les années 50-60. Les films courts, les films qui ont filmé, disons, 16 millimètres, je ne sais pas. Est-ce que vous avez fait du parcours pour le cinéma africain à travers votre société aussi?
Oui, je connais très bien la situation. Okay. Bon. Simplement,
Oui,
il faut faire une distinction entre le cinéma africain francophone soutenu par les institutions, entre guillemets, néocolonialistes françaises et qui ont
oui.
permis une production très intéressante sur le plan artistique et révélé de très
Uh-huh.
très grands cinéastes. Hein. Je prends le plus
Oui,
grand, Ousmane Solené, il y a Souleymane Cissé, il y a Idriss, j'ai plus tout leur nom, il y a Souleymane, il y a encore d'autres.
Odrago, Idriss Odrago,
Voilà,
Odrago, la
Odrago,
famille.
il
Oui,
y en a d'autres, Mustapha Alassane, enfin, j'ai pas tous les, il y
oui,
a des femmes aussi
oui,
qui sont
oh, oui,
toujours
mais
vivantes
oui,
et qui ont disparu de la circulation. Tous ces films, ils sont
oui,
un peu oubliés. Et
oui,
et il n'y a pas de politique, entre guillemets, disons, de promotion interne de ce patrimoine historique. Il n'y a pas de passion non plus. Les quelques,
oui,
disons, initiatives qui avaient été lancées, entre autres par une fondation sud-africaine, de récupérer tous ces classiques et de les diffuser pendant 30 ans en Afrique du Sud ou dans toute l'Afrique, c'est par un diffuseur de satellite. Tout ça, ça a
oui,
disparu. Okay, bon, donc,
oui,
entre-temps, Ousmane Sombene est mort et d'autres vont mourir et il n'y a pas vraiment de nouvelle
oui,
génération. Bien sûr, il y a certainement une
oui,
production. Disons que le financement structuré et le fait aussi que la plupart, je dirais, que les conditions, si vous voulez, je dirais pas la discrimination positive qui existe sur les médias européens face à ce genre de production fait que progressivement la dynamique et l'intérêt de la nouvelle génération de se mesurer au talent international est considérablement amoindri. Okay, parce que dans les années 50, enfin les
oui,
60, 70, il y a eu une vraie
oui,
dynamique internationale qui fait que des gens comme Samuel Ousmane ou Souleymane Cissé et d'autres se sont Djibril Diop Mambéty se sont un peu mesurés aux grandes signatures dans le monde et c'est vrai que ça a laissé des traces. Ensuite, il y a eu la vidéo, il y a eu et tout ça, les structures de financement local, tout ça, ça n'a pas suivi et il n'y a pas eu de dynamique africaine. Par contre, il y a eu au Nigeria, il y a eu une production pléthorique de films amateurs, de films locaux, de films avec des scénarios. On rentre plus dans le cinéma, on rentre dans la vidéo, on rentre dans la production, je veux dire, comme la telenovela. Tout ça, et c'est pareil pour les pays, l'ensemble du continent. Alors en Afrique du Sud, il y a encore des productions, je dirais, locales, internationales. Il y a quelques petites choses, mais bon, ça sort pas vraiment. Il n'y a pas d'ambition. Le microcosme international, à partir des années 80, fin des années 80, il y a un déclin au niveau international de ces dynamiques. Aujourd'hui, on en est à pas loin de zéro. Voilà, c'est tout.
oui. Mais deux questions. Maintenant, est-ce que vous pensez que le public sera toujours intéressé à acheter des DVD et Blu-ray maintenant à l'âge du streaming?
Oui, je pense que la dynamique, tout le monde se plaint, tout le monde constate. Bon, ce qui a baissé,
Oui,
c'est que Fast and Furious 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12
oui,
vendra moins de DVD Blu-ray. Voilà.
oui,
Par contre, grâce à Internet, la cinéphilie a explosé et l'intérêt pour toutes sortes de formes de création fait que la production et l'édition de DVD, elle continue à perdurer dans le monde entier. Si on voit le nombre de sorties, je pense que les gens, ils ont toujours envie d'avoir le film chez eux, en haute définition si
oui,
possible, en DVD, comme une bibliothèque. Et là,
oui,
nos ventes, même si c'est plus les ventes comme avant, notre diffusion, le travail de diffusion et le regard qu'on a sur la diffusion fait que, grâce aussi, grâce aux plateformes de vente internationales, eh bien, il y a une très bonne dynamique constante et sont diffusés de plus en plus de films, de plus en plus de classiques, et des tirages plus ou moins limités, mais ça existe. Et je trouve que c'est un phénomène très, très, très intéressant qui avait été amorcé avec le DVD et la VHS, mais surtout avec le DVD. Et donc, je pense que ça va continuer parce que les classiques, les films produits par de grands artistes vont perdurer. Et là-dedans, il va y avoir automatiquement les grandes signatures du cinéma égyptien, du cinéma
oui,
africain de manière générale,
oui,
voilà, et qu'on va ressortir malgré les difficultés qu'on peut rencontrer au niveau du matériel. Mais l'exemple de Youssef Chahine, de ces films superbement restaurés sur Netflix, je pense que c'est formidable, c'est du jamais vu et ça a été possible probablement grâce à Netflix, grâce aussi au travail du producteur-distributeur qui a
oui,
réuni tous ces films. Et ces films, ils étaient vus dans des conditions déplorables depuis des décennies. Et voilà, c'est formidable. Donc
oui.
le process, il est en route. Et puis peut-être qu'à la fin de tout ça, il va y avoir une réflexion, un intérêt à ce qui est l'esthétique cinématographique.
Oui. Et maintenant, pour trouver votre film, votre production, on peut le trouver seulement sur votre site, de l'acheter, ou on peut le trouver par exemple dans le Fnac, dans l'Amazon. Comment vous faites la distribution en général?
On le fait nous-mêmes.
Ah, ah. Ah, c'est-à-dire par ordre direct de votre site, par exemple?
Non, 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 nous on livre à Amazon, c'est Amazon voilà, qui met en vente.
C'est Amazon toujours.
C'est une
C'est
boutique comme
Amazon.
une autre, hein.
Oui,
Donc c'est
oui.
Amazon dans les
Et
Fnac, partout.
le Fnac, partout.
Oui,
Excellent.
partout.
Oui.
Et dans chaque pays, il y a des plateformes, etc. Bon, voilà. Et puis, il y a tous les cinémas du
Uh-huh.
monde entier, il y a les instituts de culture, etc. On a un réseau
Uh-huh.
mondial. Il y a les plateformes, bien entendu, très importantes, en Argentine, au
Oui.
Brésil, en Amérique latine, en Amérique du Nord, en Europe, en Asie, dans les pays arabes. Euh,
Oui.
voilà, partout où il y a une
Excellent.
dynamique culturelle, on diffuse, et on est très très étonné de l'intérêt, de la recherche de certains distributeurs, exploitants, enfin disons de programmateurs de programmes. Voilà, ça veut dire que la cinéphilie n'est absolument pas morte. Voilà, donc tout ça, c'est une question, bon, une question d'énergie, bien sûr. Voilà.
Oui. Et finalement, est-ce que vous avez considéré de lancer votre propre streaming service vous-même?
Oui et non, mais en même temps,
Oui,
oui, parce que je crois dans le streaming, parce que je pense qu'au-delà d'un certain niveau,
oui, oui,
euh, c'est le support idéal pour tout ce qui est un peu perdu. Ok.
oui, oui,
Le truc, c'est qu'il y a YouTube. Ok.
oui,
Donc YouTube,
oui,
c'est l'encyclopédie du cinéma.
oui,
matériellement. Okay, la
Oui.
qualité est ce qu'elle
Oui.
est. Voilà. YouTube, c'est un ami, un ennemi. C'est un ennemi
Oui.
parce qu'il nous pique nos films, ils les exploitent, ils gagnent de l'argent, et on est obligé de faire des procès, on est obligé de les gagner. Première
Oui.
instance, appel, etc. On est obligé de faire des deals. Aujourd'hui,
Oui.
bon, on va peut-être gagner de l'argent à travers YouTube parce que on passe par des intermédiaires, etc., etc. Tout ça, c'est un peu la prospective.
Oui.
Mais
Oui.
notre analyse, c'est que on prend les plateformes européennes, elles sont toutes subventionnées et que le streaming, c'est pas
Oui.
rentable. Vous comprenez?
Oui.
Ce qui est rentable,
Oui. Oui.
entre guillemets, c'est les grosses plateformes comme Netflix, comme Amazon Prime, sous certains aspects, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de brouillard sur Prime, parce qu'on ne sait pas qui, quoi, comment. Oui, ils ont beaucoup d'abonnés, mais ça ne veut rien dire. Le ratio de
Oui.
rentabilité n'est pas supporté par Amazon, il est supporté par ceux qui ont des chaînes sur Amazon, et puis Amazon, ils ont des trucs, mais ils n'ont pas... C'est du coup par coup, et il n'y a pas de politique. Demain, ils vont construire des centrales nucléaires, après-demain, ils vont faire le deuxième barrage sur le Nil. Vous voyez ce que je veux dire? C'est tout et n'importe quoi. Vous comprenez?
Oui. Oui. Oui.
Donc,
Alors,
Netflix,
mhm.
par contre, ils ont une politique. Une politique qui est liée aux séries et surtout sur un ancrage sur la rediffusion des séries. C'est ce qu'on appelle le OTT. Okay?
Oui.
Voilà.
Oui.
Donc, ça, c'est très important. C'est qu'ils se sont positionnés et bien positionnés. La preuve, c'est qu'ils ont repris Friends, ils ont mis 700 millions de dollars sur la table. C'est beaucoup, 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 beaucoup d'argent. Donc, ça veut
Oui.
dire que ça marche. Ça veut dire que les gens, ils ont Netflix à la fois pour, je dirais, de la programmation patrimoniale classique et à la fois pour des nouveautés de séries télé. Et ces séries télé qui propulsent, disons, soutient la dynamique Netflix qui, de toute façon, aujourd'hui, à son maximum. Ça n'ira pas plus loin. Okay, donc là,
Oui.
derrière, à côté, il y a Disney. Disney, il y a, comment dire, il y a Universal, Peacock, il y a Warner, HBO. Sony a fait le choix de vendre ses programmes très cher.
Oui.
Moi, ben, je ne suis pas à Sony, mais ma politique pour le moment, c'est de vendre mes films, c'est de réunir tous ces films, c'est d'apporter du service à tous ceux qui cherchent des films qui sont introuvables. Et grâce à mon travail de sélection, notre travail de sélection, on propose des films du monde entier. Et si quelqu'un cherche quelque chose sur le cinéma arabe, on a tout ce qu'il faut. Sur le cinéma mongol, on a tout ce qu'il faut. Sur le cinéma russe, on a tout ce qu'il faut, etc., etc., etc. Donc, c'est du service. Il y a des gens qui cherchent des films. Donc, aujourd'hui, de créer une chaîne, parce que je vois très bien comment ça marche. L'exemple qui
Mhm.
est très séduisant, c'est Mubi. Mubi,
Mhm.
ils ont obtenu un prêt, on ne sait pas très bien ce que c'est, mais enfin de l'argent des Chinois, qui leur a fait un prêt sur 10 ans, je crois. Bon, ils perdent par an 250 000 dollars
Oui.
ou plus. Ça
Oui.
ne marche pas.
Oui. Ça ne
Parce que,
marche pas.
écoute, ça ne marche pas.
Oui.
Depuis 10 ans, ça ne marche pas. Parce qu'ils
Oui.
n'ont pas suffisamment, font un travail de marketing qui est formidable, hein, même si ce n'est pas mes amis, mais je veux dire, c'est un travail qui est très efficace. Simplement, toutes les autres plateformes comme Fandor aux États-Unis ou d'autres
Oui.
perdent de l'argent. Les Européens sont subventionnés et survivent grâce aux subventions européennes. OK?
Oui.
Donc,
Très bien.
voilà. Donc, sinon, il y a des plateformes artisanales, et moi, ça ne m'intéresse pas. où c'est deux personnes, une personne qui download des films, qui les met à disposition, etc. Plus il y a les pirates, etc.
Oui, oui. Très bien. Monsieur Galeshka, je vous remercie beaucoup parce que cette interview, cet entretien très intéressant parce qu'il touche, je pense, beaucoup des liens avec l'industrie, distribution, DVD, Blu-ray, streaming, site internet, etc. C'est compliqué, c'est comme un grand réseau maintenant, un grand mer où on doit tout hein, chercher notre navigation. Et à la fin, je vous remercie beaucoup, non seulement pour l'entretien, mais pour vos efforts pour le cinéma et la musique pendant toute votre vie. Et je vous souhaite bon courage, bonne chance pour cette période qui est très critique aussi pour l'industrie, pour aussi disons, les indépendants comme vous. Et j'espère l'année prochaine, et elle sera mieux pour nous aussi, pour tous les artistes et tous les créateurs autour du monde. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci. À vous aussi.
Yeah. Bon après-midi à Paris.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, monsieur. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Today I'm very happy to welcome an artist and filmmaker from the United States, Ken Holmes. He's been in many films, television series, and also he's the creator of short films, Zoom short films on YouTube. You can discover the channel as well with many short films realized by Zoom in the style like it's video call. Hello, Ken. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the call.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm great. How are you doing?
Everything is fine. Thank you very much. Ken, before we talk about your recent projects and upcoming projects, tell me about how did you start venturing into show business?
Well, I've always been interested in theater and the arts. Ever since I was a kid, I was going to plays and watching films. And I guess when I was 12 years old, my dad encouraged me to audition for a college production of Shakespeare's The Merry Wives of Windsor. And I got in and I was hooked from theater from then on. And so I was just doing all kinds of community theater and also some college theater as well. And then when I went to college, I majored in theater arts with a minor in writing. And after I graduated, I think I was encouraged by a friend of mine to audition for a horror movie. And we traveled out and we got small roles as gangsters. And I just got kind of hooked in the film world, which is just so different from theater. I love them both, but film is so, it just lasts forever, whereas theater is ephemeral. So I got hooked in the worlds of both, but right now I'm focusing primarily in acting and writing movies.
Very good. And I see since your beginning, you did a lot of short films as well before creating your own shorts, right?
Yes.
And they are in different. I see there are some of drama, comedy, right?
Well, my interest is in telling stories, and in telling stories, I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can do it. So I want to embrace as many different genres as I can. I love comedy, drama. I think that's primarily what I've worked in, but I also enjoy working on horror and just anything I can. Some of my short films have included recently a horror movie called Shatter, which is
Mm-hmm.
about a woman who kind of hears a voice in her head. It may or may not be physical, or it may just be part of her consciousness, and it's telling her what to do. I also did a series called Old Hearts Cafe, which is about these characters that go in and out of this artist cafe, and it's a comedy. I play all the different characters and also myself. It's I've only done about I think it was two or four episodes. It was supposed to be ongoing, but right now I'm focusing on the web series Zoom Shorts, which
Mm-hmm.
we co-created with Karen Klami and my dad Burnham Holmes, and it was Karen's idea, and she wanted to make a show. It was born out of the COVID, out of the pandemic, and she wanted to create a show where we could have people from all over the world, because we were all social distancing at that point. People from all over the
Yeah.
world could self-tape monologues like we were talking over Zoom, but we wanted to avoid the, like the Brady Bunch boxes. We wanted to avoid that and just focus on one person at a time. So what her idea was to just have somebody talking like I'm talking right now and not letting the other person speak. And then the other person
Mm-hmm.
would eventually speak and be like, okay, now you're going to let me talk. Okay, here's what I think about what you just said. And
Mm-hmm.
in the beginning, it was very bare bones. I did the first episode, which was called The Closing Line. But ever since then, we've been kind of experimenting with different ways of telling our stories, and we've been playing around a lot more with the production values have gotten a little better. But it's been a blast, and I hope to continue doing it. Even though it was born out of the pandemic, I think it can continue for many, many years.
Yes, but really, since you mentioned your father, he Burnham, he's orator, writer, right?
Yes.
For a long time, and he appears in one of the shorts, right?
He actually appeared in many of them. In
Many.
addition
Mhm.
to being writer and director of, I think he directed 5 episodes, but he's acted in several of them because he's
Yes,
also a very good performer. And
yes,
one of the ones he was in was Cultured, actually, which was starring our mutual friend Hasna.
yes,
And her sister Karima was also in one
yes,
with me called Long Distance Runaround. But
yes,
yes, my father has been in a bunch of them. And yeah, he's a very, very good actor, in addition to being, of course, a phenomenal writer.
yes. Accidentally, of course, Karima, I know her for a long time. She lived in Egypt, and she studied theater, and I am in some of her theater in Egypt before going back to her home land, Morocco. And of course, her father is a very renowned theater producer,
Yes.
uh, and they are all like an artistic family. And her sister Hasna, and of course, you worked in the shows with Maria Sofia Palmieri.
Yes, we did.
Uh,
Yes, I did.
yes, and I interviewed her like a couple of weeks ago as well. Uh, my question, Ken, how did you started to look and cast the roles for the shorts worldwide? How did you find your talents?
Well, each episode is a little bit different. In the beginning, I would cast it before I would write it. We all work a little differently, so I'll just talk about my process, I guess,
Hmm.
first. I would cast it before I'd
Hmm.
write it, and then I would write kind of a very bare bones script. I didn't even have dialogue in the beginning. I just wrote scenarios where I basically told the actors what I wanted them to talk about, and they would improvise based on the outline I gave them. And of course, there'd be multiple takes so we could get it right. Um, but that was how I did it in the beginning. As it's gone along, There have been scripts with, more traditional scripts with actual monologues written out for people to memorize. But that's how I did it in the beginning, and I would cast my friends. And as it's progressed, we've won numerous awards all over the world. So people have reached out to us now, including people that I haven't even met, who are interested in being a part of it. And I'm very open to that. I'm open to as many people as want to be involved, because I think that makes the show interesting, especially as each episode tells a different story. I think one of the questions people who haven't seen the show wonder about it is this like a series where we have reoccurring characters, or are they more like short films? And the answer is actually they're more like short films. Each episode tells a different story. We do have reoccurring themes, and once in a while a character will pop up who was in a previous episode or will be referenced. My cafe, Old Hearts Cafe, has been my fictional cafe, Old Hearts Cafe, has been referenced in a couple episodes. Some of the characters have been referenced in a couple episodes. However, you don't need to watch the episodes in order to understand them. Each episode is unique, and we have recurring cast. We kind of have a core cast. Maria is one of the core cast. She appears in multiple episodes, but she, along with the other actors, all play different roles for the most part in each episode.
Yes.
And
And
Maria's episode, actually, I'll give a shout out to one of Maria's main episodes, which is called "I Love You, Maria." That was one of our most popular episodes. She co-wrote it, and she also came up with the idea for it. And it was a very meaningful story about these two, a couple who, Sophia, played by Maria Sophia, finds out that she's pregnant with a child who may be special needs, and it's about this couple and dealing with thinking about the future and a very unplanned pregnancy, and they're a career couple, so they also have to think about how this affects their career, how this affects their relationship. And it was a very meaningful episode, and we're actually planning on doing a feature film version of it as well, but we're still in the pre-production stages of that.
very good. And right now, tell me, you told me that some of the shorts have won awards and also been in festival. How do you see right now? I mean, the film production, like these one Zoom shorts, I mean, internet film production, mobile films. How do you see? Do you think this kind of films will be popular? Will be like an alternative way of filmmaking?
I think they already are kind of another way of filmmaking. There have been some films which are have kind of gone on to I don't know if I'd say mainstream success, but I've seen films like in the theater that are shot on mobile devices.
Yes.
Tangerine was one of the most famous ones, or one of the early ones. There was another one that I just saw recently that came out, I think it was last year, called, what was it, Language Lessons, I think it was called, about learning Spanish over Skype, which was a very interesting film. So I'm already seeing a lot of movies doing this. I think it is.
Yes.
I don't know that it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna replace the traditional way that movies are made, but I think it is another way of telling a story. And one of the things I do like about it, I do fear that it might get a little gimmicky and overused. So that's one of the fears of it. But one of the things I do like about it is that it is a way for emerging talent to be able to tell stories, because for so long there were people with ideas, but they had no ways of getting their ideas out there. maybe they don't have the money to have fancy cameras or to have good film equipment, and now all of a sudden we're walking around with a movie studio in our pocket now. And so I do think it is a good way of emerging talent to get their voices out there. And due to the internet, we all have the means to put our work out there. We can put it up on YouTube, as we're doing with Zoom Shorts, or Vimeo. And now there's streaming services everywhere. I don't want to make it sound like it's all positive. There are negative aspects to this new world we're living in, but the positive outlook of it is that we get to hear more diverse voices, and we get to hear voices that at one time we never would have heard, to be honest.
Great. And Ken, right now, beside Zoom Shorts, I've seen you have other projects as an actor, as a director coming up. What can you tell us about them?
Well, actually, my main job is as an actor. I've done, I don't know, a couple hundred movies or something as an actor. I'm working on a couple projects I can't really talk about. One is for Netflix, but I also have done, I think I have some episodes of Law and Order that I've worked on, and a couple other TV shows. I will say one of the most recent shows I worked on was for Apple TV, and I just had a very small featured role in the show called We Crash with Anne Hathaway and Jared Leto. And that was a really fun show to work on. I got to work with Anne Hathaway, and she's a wonderful person to collaborate with. Played theater games with her, which was a lot of fun. And it's always fun watching people like Annie, how they work, and their process. And of course, Jared Leto is also in the show, and he's famously a method actor. So that was kind of fascinating to watch him walk around completely in character. Whatever you think about method acting in its extreme form, it is fascinating to watch somebody doing that.
Yes.
And on Apple TV.
Yes. And Zoom Shorts, do you plan to shoot more in the upcoming months?
Absolutely. We've had 3 seasons so far. We recently ended our 3rd season, so we're on a hiatus right now. Karen and Burnham, my dad, are working on a musical called Trumpleton, which will be off Broadway, and so they are focusing on that right now. So it might be a little while, but we will start going into our 4th season very soon. I think Karen already has some episodes that she's working on, and I'm sort of in the writing stages right now. But yes, we are definitely planning on going into season 4 as soon as we are able to.
This is great.
And Ken, seasons 1 through 3, I will just plug real quick. Seasons 1 through 3 are on YouTube, so definitely check them out. It's Zoom Shorts on YouTube.
Yeah. Yes, it's very easy to find.
Very easy, yeah.
Yes.
Although you might get some ads for shorts when you look up Zoom Shorts. I have found that.
Yes. And of course, people can look for your name as well on YouTube, Ken Holmes, and they can find the films as well.
Yes.
Yes, this is great. I want to thank you very much for this interview.
Oh, thank you.
During the live, and best of luck in your upcoming projects. I look forward for the next Zoom Shorts, and also to see you on your projects on streaming, and also on stage and feature films. And we hope we can meet next time I visit New York,
That would be wonderful. Yes, I'd love that.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on. It's been a blast.
Thank you. Likewise. Have a good weekend and best wishes.
All right. You too.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. I am today. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. T.J. Wims. He's an actor and stuntman, and he does a lot of stuff, you know, online. He has his own YouTube channel. I just discovered it today. Hello, T.J. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. We talked a little bit on LinkedIn. And I checked your links, like your biography on the Internet Movie Database, and also which led me to your YouTube channel. But before we speak about your career as an entertainer, as an actor, as a stuntman, producer, I've seen in your career that you served in the military, right?
Yes, sir.
And
20
you
years.
traveled. Yeah, so tell me a little bit about that time and where did you travel during that time?
Well, it was a 20-year career. It was an absolutely amazing career because I got to travel all over the world. So
Really?
I got to go everywhere. I mean, to the Middle East. I got to go to Australia. I got to go to Europe. I got to go to Asia. It was, I mean, come on.
Excellent. And did you visit Egypt, my own country, or?
I wish I would have. That would have been so beautiful. I was in Kuwait. I was in Bahrain. I was in UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Cyprus.
Excellent. You've been around a lot in the Middle East and Mediterranean area.
Yes.
So when do you start to become interested into becoming an entertainer, an actor, stuntman, producer?
Well, a long time ago, before I ever even thought about television or movies, I did professional wrestling for 4 years. So I had a little bit of background of performing, you know, like in front of a crowd, you know, as a stage combat type thing. But I never in my life thought that I would ever be an actor until basically 5 years ago, as of the 29th of last month. That's when I started my, you know, my 5th year. But I just one day, my wife said to me, "Hey, have you ever thought about getting into acting?" And then you know how the universe works. Next thing you know, it's like, I think 6 weeks later, maybe less, and I get an audition request from an old friend that I knew in Aberdeen when I was a kid. And they knew I did martial arts, and they wanted me to do a fight scene for them for their film. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that because I love to fight. And I've done the professional wrestling before. And then I get there for the audition, and they give me sides, and they want me to read. And I was like, whoa, hold on, time out. I was just here for the fight scene. I don't know how to memorize lines or talk or do any of that kind of stuff. And then I got through the audition, which is probably the hardest thing I've ever done. And I got the part. And then I ended up getting 3 different characters in one movie and 2 fight scenes.
You know, you know, speaking about wrestling, you know, like maybe more than 40 years ago in Egypt, when I was a young child, I used to watch, you know, we had a weekly program doing, you know, presenting wrestling, you know, and then I think it became a very, very big, you know, because it became like a show.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, yes, and you know, it's a performance, and you know, you have big production, you know, and you have a lot of agents behind you. I want to tell you,
you got things, yeah.
yes, yeah, you know, how, according to you, how many percent it is a performance and how many percent it's a real fight? I mean, because I imagine people with big muscle like that can hurt themselves.
Oh yeah,
if they
I've got
hit
a
each
lot of
other.
injuries doing professional wrestling. I have a lot of friends who are very injured from doing professional wrestling. When you fall in that ring, although it does give, and you go off those ropes and they do give, they still sting, and you still hit that mat. And there's sometimes, if there's a lot of weight in that ring, and or you are dropped somewhere near the rope area, there's no give there. You know, and when you go through a table, you go through a table. When you get hit with a steel chair, you get hit with a steel chair. So, I mean, there are some things that hurt, and they're very, very real. But, you know, everything is usually discussed beforehand. You know, you don't ever want to get anybody hurt. So, you know, you need to talk about specific things, because the last thing you want to do is be in there with somebody and actually have them get hurt because of you.
Yes.
So you have to know what's going down. You know what I mean? You and the person that you're fighting. Otherwise, you know, something bad could happen. So I would say that it is incredibly physical. You will take your body to the limits as a professional wrestler, because you constantly go. And thankfully that you know what's going on. Otherwise, professional wrestlers probably wouldn't have more than a 1-year career, because of the damage that they would do to their bodies.
Yes. You know, our generation, myself, I grew up. You know, in the 70s, I was a young child. The first martial arts film I've seen was Enter the Dragon. You know, with Bruce Lee, with my father, and my father asked my mom, because I used to choose the films we go during the weekend. You know, like when I was 7 or 8. And my father got out and asked my mother, how can he choose something for us to see like that? Because my father was an engineer, used to work hard, and sometimes we went to the cinema and he got to sleep sometimes because he was working hard all the week. And then my uncle took me to watch Charles Bronson film. You know, he was big time, you know, him and Clint Eastwood in the 70s. And I remember 2 films with Charles Bronson. I've seen them, and I like to see them very much. The Mechanic, you know, I don't know if you have seen it, you know, the original one, not the remake.
The OG, the original.
Yeah, with Jean Michael Vincent, and also he had another film. You know, it was you know, a romantic western with his wife, you know, who passed away later on. And then
I just watched The Dirty Dozen the other day. I love that movie.
Really, it's excellent. The original and the new one are excellent, by the way. The one with Denzel Washington are excellent.
Well, Denzel Washington was amazing. So, I mean.
And then in the 80s, you know, I think it came the time for Stallone. I remember I watched the first Rambo before watching the Rocky series.
Yeah.
You know? So, and then came Rocky 3, and it has a scene, I don't know if you have watched it, it has Rocky fighting Hulk Hogan, you know, in Rocky 3.
Yep.
Yeah, you know. So, and then Hulk Hogan started to become himself a film star, and then came The Rock, and many I mean, wrestlers who ventured into filmmaking.
What I want, killing it right now.
What I wanted to ask you, what is your own role model? You know, we went through a lot of names right now. You know, I think you see yourself fitting into an action films, thriller, stuff like that, stuff that shows your technicalities, you know, your techniques.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. I would.
Who rings with you right now? I mean, as action star, you know.
No, I think all the action stuff is definitely down my alley because of, you know, my ability to use firearms properly, my martial arts background, my pro wrestling background, and I'm an athlete. So I can do a lot of things. So I love action. I love to, you know, do all that cool stuff. But I also like to, you know, be the dad, you know, the chill, laid back dad sometimes. But if I got cornered to where like the next 5 years all I did was action movies, I wouldn't be upset about it. I would not be upset at all if I just played like a military guy for the next 5 years or a biker for the next 5 years or something like that. I'm cool with that. I love this business. I love any role, but I'm definitely built for action. 100%.
Yes. Right. Right now, today, I started to see some of your work, your show reel, and also I stumbled upon your YouTube channel. So on your YouTube channel, what do you like to discuss? I've seen, you know, your latest episode.
Well, I started the YouTube channel because during COVID, you know, there wasn't a lot of work for actors.
Of course.
So
Yes.
I had, I had 8 films that summer get canceled. So I was like, I need to stay in front of a camera because I need to just do that. So I started this show, and I was doing it once every couple of weeks, and then I really started enjoying it, and then I started to figure out what I was going to do with it, and so it's mostly just for me, just to to be in front of the camera. But I also now that I have people are actually enjoying the show, and I'm getting views and stuff like that, and we're having chats, I'm liking it even more. So basically, I just go about what's going on in my world. What I have going on in the entertainment business. We do the social media thing, and we talk about what's going on in show business. And then at the end, I just say thank you to everyone, and for blessings, and that's it. It's just real chill. It usually lasts about 20 minutes, and it's just fun. It's live. It's unscripted. I just have my notes on the side, and sometimes I'll do a scene from a movie, and sometimes I'll make up a character to start the show. Depends on how I'm feeling. So I do have this little guy I created because I also like I said, I'm very proficient with firearms and stuff like that. I have tons of movie prop guns. So I have a little skit that I made up with this guy called Your Favorite Armorer, and so I built this character, and people like it, so I try to do it when I can.
Myself, my experience on YouTube, because myself, I used to work in television as a writer. I wrote entertainment shows and international cinema shows because I used to travel to film festival, so I like 4 or 5 years ago, I started my own website. I started my own YouTube channels, and it really, during COVID, especially like yourself, it helped me, to make, myself active, because if you stay away from anything you do, you feel like, of course, you are losing your capabilities. It's like a sportman like you who doesn't go to the gym or practice for a couple of weeks.
And everything goes downhill.
Of course, yes. So right now, I've seen that you have some agents that represent you, but I want to ask you: do you let them look for stuff for you, or do you try your own on you?
I do
rely
both.
on.
I allow
Yeah.
to look for specific things that I probably can't find, but every day I grind. As soon as I get up, I am trying to make myself better that day. It's eating consistently, getting online, and submitting for roles that I believe that I could knock out. And so I do that all constantly during the day. I go to the gym, I work out for 2 hours, come in here, back online. I'm looking, boom, 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 doing my show, trying to just. I'm always working, because I love this business so much that it's one of those jobs where I'm so happy to be at work that I can work every day.
Yes.
I love being on set. I love being behind the camera, in front of the camera, next to the camera, near the camera, around the camera. It doesn't matter. I love it.
Yes. Did you consider to do like training for other actors in action films? Because when you see making of big action films, I think, of course, you have seen John Wick with Keanu Reeves. He does a lot of training before, and with Tom Cruise on Mission Impossible and thing. And also there is a very good film he did. I think it's the only time he played the villain, Collateral, with Jamie Foxx, and he did a lot of training, arm training. So do you like to do training for other actor? And I think that this could generate an opportunity for you to widen your network as well.
I love training. I love practicing. I love all that stuff, because you got it. It's just like you want your body in shape, right? So you work out every day. So even if you don't have something coming up so that you're going to be rehearsing, at least you should be doing your rolls, your handstands, your falls. I do that all the time. Like any opportunity that I get the chance to fall, even if I'm just in my own house, I will practice falling.
Yes.
I do it all the time, and then I like to just go over fight scenes in my kitchen, or if one of my kids come downstairs, I'll throw a bunch of combos at them, and then they'll just go like this, and then I'll do some kind of fall flip, fly over a couch, land on my head or something, just for practice. But I don't think, like, when you're doing something like John Wick or anything like any kind of action stuff like that, I don't think you can rehearse enough, honestly. And everybody, it's so, because muscle memory is so important to make sure, once again, just like with professional wrestling, when we're doing a stunt, it's a very dangerous thing that we're doing there. So everyone needs to know everything, every count of what they're doing. You know what I mean? Because if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time during a stunt, someone can get fatally injured. So
of course,
it's, you know, so that's why I think you can never, ever not rehearse. You can't rehearse enough. You can't train enough. You can't practice enough.
Yes,
that's how I feel about it. So if you have time, I don't think people should just run in and go, okay, we wrote this action scene, let's just go do it. That's a bad idea. rehearsal. And the more moving parts you have, the more times you need to practice.
Of course. Right now, I want to ask you, do we expect to see you in some upcoming projects that you have finished and not yet released? If you like to talk about them as well.
Absolutely. So I have California Dreaming, which I'm told is going to be coming out very soon. I play an Italian gangster, mob boss kind of guy named Chris Visconti. It's a full-length feature. I'm very excited about that. I also have another full-length feature, Boomer, where I play mercenary. So, you know, I'm going all tactical. I got guns, I got line, fight scene. It's good stuff. This movie is nothing but action. Boomer is nothing but action. That should also be out this summer. Scorched Earth, which is this one's a tame one for me. I actually play a banker, a CEO of a bank. That's supposed to be coming out also this summer. So you'll see me in a suit with no action, just, you know, something. And then the TV series that I'm producing, I found out, I talked to the 2 executive producers yesterday. The first 3 chapters, and we have 9 chapters. The first 3 chapters have been delivered to Amazon Prime. So we're just waiting to find out with that. And then we're finishing up the CGI on 4, 5, and 6. And then we have one more scene to reshoot for chapter 9. And then we'll have everything hopefully edited and done and sent to Prime. So we'll see about that.
This is excellent. Before I wrapped up the interview, TJ, I want to ask you, do you have a dream role or a dream concept you would like to realize, you know?
So this Red Sands, this TV series that I'm producing, I've already written season 2 for it, and I've already started writing season 3 for it. And I have a couple things shows that kind of cross through it, but they're all connected. Kind of like, you know how Quentin Tarantino connects all of his films some way?
Yes. You're like they say,
the same thing. Everything that I write and produce will be interconnected in some way.
Like hidden cookies, you know?
Yes, exactly. You know where I'm going with this. So if you watch now that I'm writing now, when season 2 comes out of Red Sands, you will start to see the dots connecting for everything else that I'm going to come out.
Excellent.
I would like to tell alternate stories inside of stories.
I would like to.
My dream would be to. I really just, you know, I would love to be a Marvel character. I would love to be a DC character. I would love to be in the Star Wars universe. You know, I'd love to fight John Wick. I mean, come on, who wouldn't? Like I said, I love this business. A reoccurring role on a TV series. Oh my God, that would just be. Doing a movie with The Rock. Oh my God, that would be.
Yes.
I just love to work. You know, I manifest daily. You know, and I just do what I have to do and need to do to show the universe that I am ready to level up.
I think, TJ, with your energy, positive, you know, energy, like this positive view of the world, and keeping, you know, active all the time, and I think you hopefully you'll realize your dreams, and I hope you invite me to the next premiere. I'm not very far away. I'm in Ecuador now, you know, so not very far away. 6 hours I can be at the red carpet with my wife.
Well, I will let you know and make sure you have a +1.
Thank you very much, TJ. I wish you all the best. Big blessings to you, to your family. And I look forward for the premiere of your films and your TV series. I'm going to watch it. Thank you. Best wishes.
Namaste.
Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Today I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Brian Bowers. He's the director of the new Cleveland Horror Film Festival, and it is the first edition, so it's very exciting to have him. The festival will be running from the 1st until the 3rd of October at Atlas Cinema in Shaker Square, Cleveland, Ohio. Hello, Brian. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you very much for sending me your biography, your background. And I see you work a lot in the entertainment as an actor, performer, writer, and also as an agent. So can introduce yourself to our viewers about your background before starting the festival.
Absolutely. So as you've mentioned, I've pretty much had a lifetime career working in the entertainment industry. I sort of started out as an actor, both for live theater and then also for film and commercial work and some voiceovers as well. For about 3.5 years, I worked as an agent at one of the largest modeling talent agencies, union franchised agencies here in our region. I've always been sort of attracted to the business side of the entertainment industry as well. So I was, really successful at that and sort of made a good name for myself doing that work. From there, I became more and more involved in film. And in 2008, I started working for the 48-Hour Film Project, which, if you're not familiar, is the world's largest timed filmmaking competition.
Yes.
We're in 130 cities, over 130 cities around the world. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary now, where filmmakers have 48 hours to write, produce, and edit a short film using a genre, character, line, and prop that aren't revealed until the kickoff. I ran our Cleveland event from 2008 to 2019. And then since 2010, I have also worked as assistant director of operations for the global 48-Hour Film Project. So I work with the producers that are hosting the events in the various cities around the world and help them with marketing and outreach to filmmakers and really everything they need to have a successful 48-hour event.
Yes.
I sort of retired from running the Cleveland events in 2019 because I wanted to focus on some of these other film projects, including the Cleveland Horror Fest.
Yes. And I understand, it's very interesting and also challenging starting a film festival right now, because we have a lot right now around the world and also in the States. But I want to ask you about why you choose a horror festival and why in Cleveland.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, why Cleveland? Because I'm from the area. I live in Cleveland Heights, which is just outside of downtown Cleveland. And many people outside the area may not realize this, but Cleveland is actually a great place for independent filmmakers. We have a very strong film community. We both get, sort of the big Hollywood films that come in because we have a great tax incentive here in Ohio. But we also have just this whole community of locally produced films and a whole network of filmmakers, actors, crew, writers, and musicians. And it's really a great place to have any sort of filmmaking event. So it seemed very natural to me to start something up here.
Yes.
As far as why horror, I'm sort of a lifetime horror film fan myself. I can remember watching, even from a very young age, the fun thing to do for us as a child in my house was to stay up late on Friday nights and watch the Big Chuck and Little John show, which there are two local Cleveland icons that had this weekly show where they would have like some sketch comedy and interviews and stuff, and then they would usually show like a horror film at night. So that's sort of where I developed that love for the horror genre, and over the years I've just watched probably thousands of horror films, and I really like them all. So this was my opportunity to sort of share my love of filmmaking and specifically share my love of horror films with the rest of the world.
Yes, I remember that I think most of the good horror films made in the States are, are set outside of big cities like New York or Los Angeles, like Halloween, Friday the 13th.
Yep.
The settings are outside of the big cities, small towns maybe. You have the chance of creating, a lot of paranormal stuff and digging some, urban legends, of the region. But tell me, your viewership in horror, it extends to non-American or only American films?
Oh no, I try to watch films from as many different areas as possible. I'm a big fan of really horror films from everywhere. There's a lot of great Japanese horror films. There's a lot of great ones in the Netherlands. Australia is another great place. The Middle East. Italy, of course, has their own whole, the giallo.
Of course.
There's definitely, I like to watch from many different countries and many different cultures, and because it's sort of we're all scared by the same sort of things, but
Yes.
It's nice to see that different viewpoint and how they share that with the filmmaker, with the audience when they're telling that scary story.
Yes. Right now, can you tell our audience and filmmakers how can people submit their films and what is the deadline? It's only on the website clevelandhorror.com or on other platforms.
So you can get all the information on our website, clevelandhorror.com, but we're also on Film Freeway. That is the easiest way to send us your films or also screenplays.
Yes.
We have a horror screenplay competition, any length script. And that's sponsored by the International Screenwriters Association. And you can submit those scripts as well as films through Film Freeway or through our website.
Excellent. And the winning screenplays, do they have the potential of gaining like some funds or production later on?
Possibly.
Yes.
That's always the hope, right?
Of course.
And that's one of the things, one of my goals for starting a festival like this is to do things like that, to, be able to showcase the filmmakers, but also give some of these new unproduced works, hopefully an opportunity to, come to life and come to fruition as an actual film. So I have a number of sponsors on board already, but there's a number of other ones in the works as well that, could be a sort of entryway to have maybe some of these top screenplays turned into films.
Mm-hmm. But tell me, Brian, any surprise guests coming up or scream queens in the festival?
So we didn't try to get any celebrities this year. This year, just with the uncertainty, surrounding COVID,
of course,
being a first year festival, I wanted to keep it primarily about, showcasing the films, showcasing the screenplays, and then having a series of workshops. We're doing, we have workshops lined up in filmmaking, screenwriting, and acting, as well as a number of different panels on the same sorts of subjects. So I wanted to keep the focus on that for this year. I can tell you that we have some cool people that are going to be involved on the jury panel and workshops. One, there's a really prominent special effects artist in Hollywood named Alan Tusks, who happens to be from the Cleveland area. And he is going to be on our jury panel, and he's also going to be leading a special effects workshop, which
excellent.
We haven't finalized exactly what he's going to be doing, but I can tell you it's going to be really, really cool. And really fun.
Is he specialized in mechanical or graphics, visual effects?
Practical special effects.
Yeah. I think these are the best, most realistic,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like very much, the era before Jurassic Park and Terminator 2, because, the Alien, of course, Stan Winston and all this, real life, mechanical effects, it used to be wonderful. I remember watching as well stuff like King Kong, with Jessica Lange, if you remember, and Jeff Bridges. Which, yes, it was very, very beautiful. And right now, please.
It's quite an art to put that together.
Yes. I remember my even if you remember Clash of the Titans, the previous one, and I remember watching it, and the Medusa when it appeared on the screen, it gave me the creeps. I was like 10 years old,
Right,
really everybody in the theater we used to watch in MGM Cinema in Cairo, Metro Cinema, and I remember everybody was holding his breath until Harry Hamlin cut her head, if you remember the scene, So I think this is one of the most powerful moments in cinema. And I remember watching the very first Amityville with James Brolin. These kind of horror film, and of course Hammer horror. We spoke about European horror films, of course. But Brian, will the festival focus on certain subgenre like thrillers, like paranormal, like ghosts, stuff like that, or it will be broad horror presentations?
So I'm trying to get representation in a lot of the different subgenres. So we have some films that are more thrillers, some that are slasher films, some supernatural. I really want to make it as eclectic as possible, because there's a lot of great subgenres out there, and I think it's fun for people to to kind of mix it up, especially at a festival like this. You want to get some variety and bring a lot of different dynamics to sort of the films that are available.
Yes. And Brian, among your projects as well, 40hourfilm.com and Gorilla Film School, I'd like to speak very fast about them, and so people can know all your practice as well.
Sure. The 48-hour film project, again, is the largest timed filmmaking competition in the world. We're in over 130 cities, and that's something that basically anybody can do, because anybody can make a film in 48 hours. Excuse me. And it's a great opportunity to have a finished film at the end of the weekend, and then also have it shown up on the big screen in a local cinema. So that's been a really great thing to be a part of over the years. Guerrilla Film School is sort of my take on guerrilla filmmaking, and is really a platform to educate filmmakers and actors a little bit more about some of the soft skills that are involved in filmmaking and entertainment. So a lot of the business things, marketing, some like conceptual creative thinking, that sort of thing.
Yes, very good. Right now, final questions, Brian. Right now, I want to know how many films so far you have received approximately, and also the different section of the festival, how many competitions, and the jurors, how many jurors? Very fast.
So we're going to have at least three jurors in the for the films, and at least three for the the screenplays. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens, both in all entries. So for feature films, shorts, as well as screenplays, we are going to, obviously we can't screen them all over a 3-day festival. We are hopefully, we can expand next year and be able to include some more films. But we're looking at doing probably 10 to 12 features. I think it's going to be about 40 to 50 short and medium length films. And then we have all of the workshops that we're doing, the film panels, and some parties as well.
Excellent. Brian Bowers, I want to thank you very much for joining me live. I wish you the best of luck in preparation for the first edition, for the workshop, for the screenings. I hope the audience as well can reach out for theaters to come back to see films on the big screen.
Yes, absolutely.
And I know a lot of big film festival like Tribeca and Sundance in the United States, and maybe San Francisco started, very small, and expanded to have an international level. So I hope in a couple of years your festival will reach the same level or maybe more.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Best wishes, and I will be following up the news with you. And best of luck to you and all the staff.
Sounds good.
Have a good day.
You too.
Take care. Ciao. Good morning. Today I'm very happy to welcome a great colleague of mine, Mr. Elig Wollweiler. This is correct?
Yes, Wollweiler. That's German. Yes.
That's German, yes. From the United States, talking to us from New York. He's a film critic, producer, programmer, been involved in film for a long time, like myself. Good morning, Eric. How are you?
I am good. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to sort of let people know about the independent film world, as well as, working with different film festivals around the United States. I've also been involved with an event in Toronto, as well as the UK.
Great, great, Eric. Tell me a little bit about how did you get interested into film, from your teen or childhood years?
I think it was actually my father. My father was always into the arts, and actually, film was not really my focus when I started. It was actually theater, performing arts, from scene study to improvisation and actually acting and musicals in my high school, middle school, and even my Temple, where I went to Temple, which is focused is upstate New York. And then I went to college, and my first part of college was an associate's degree in performing arts drama. So I started off by acting, doing a lot of plays, but I also learned about some of the greatest playwrights. Some of from Moliere, Pygmalion, all of Shakespeare's work, Edward Albee, Eugene O'Neill, like just theater in general, theater and the playwrights, not just the United States playwrights, but also some of the playwrights throughout the rest of the world as well. Then I got my associate's degree in theater and performing arts, and even during that time, events started for me. Actually, was my first internship was at a Broadway touring house where all the Broadway shows came to Schenectady, New York. It's called Proctor's Theater, based in Schenectady, New York. And I did a PR internship, and I got to work with some great people like Hal Holbrook. He did his Mark Twain Tonight. I worked with the Beach Boys, and the traveling show of Chicago actually was there as well. And then I also did another apprenticeship in marketing in Upper Montclair, New Jersey at Montclair State University, and got to work with Betty Buckley and Melba Moore. And we also did the show P.T. Barnum. So they were both equity theaters dealing with equity actors. And then so from there, after I got my degree, I was looking to go to school for theater arts management. And theater arts management was going to be my focus because I actually got out of acting and performing, stopped improv and stopped doing, scene studies and musicals. And I wanted to produce theater. And so I ended up going to Emerson College, which is in Boston, Los Angeles. And they also have a campus, I think, in Holland. They're also in Europe. And so when I got to Emerson, I started in the theater department, and it wasn't really what I wanted to do, or there was not really a focus on theater arts management or how to produce a play. It was more the focus on the study of acting and the study of musical theater and, the craft itself. But one of the communications teacher at the time said you should come and go to school for communications, which meant marketing, advertising, public relations, survey research method, and understanding communications through, business, more or less. I mean, business, but also arts. You could go towards theater, film, music, fashion. And so I actually got my bachelor's in management communications from Emerson College. So I got out of the theater aspect. And when I was in Boston, I also got involved with the Nantucket Film Festival, which was actually the first real experience on a film festival was Nantucket. And the woman who was charged, she did PR and marketing for the festival, but she was also involved with this fundraiser. And she asked me to be the head of all the students. So, basically direct all the students for their volunteer work on this fundraiser in Boston. So that was sort of my first aspect of a film festival was Nantucket. Besides Nantucket, I got involved in casting two more. I was an intern for a wonderful woman by the name of Angela Perry, who actually has one of the top casting companies in New England, which is Boston Casting. So I interned with her. And then after her, I met another gentleman by the name of Kevin Fennessy. So Kevin Fennessy was also in casting. He was in Cambridge. And so I actually interned with him after Angela. And we worked on a great movie called What's the Worst That Could Happen, which was Danny DeVito, Martin Lawrence, John Leguizamo, Nora Dunn. The director was a Brandeis. He actually a graduate from Brandeis University. And so that was my first major film. I did work on films in upstate New York, actually before I came to Boston, but so my really, before festivals themselves, was theater and working in motion picture through extras casting. So in upstate New York, I worked on extras casting. And then when I got to Boston, I worked on extras casting. And so basically I'm learning all different types of techniques and, not just faxing or making copies. I mean, these are, of course, all part of what internships and volunteer work is, but also learning, how to organize, learning about audiences, learning about demographics, not just the educational aspect in the communications department, but actually, interning. And once I finished with Kevin Fennessy and we finished working on What's the Worst That Could Happen, I said, I want to start my own casting organization. I want to start my own casting club. And what I did was I reached out to, theaters. I reached out to, print and, the focus was trying to get actors to send me headshots, and it worked. I had almost 2,500 headshots from all over New England, as well as New York City, sending me, I had, Equity, SAG, after actors sending me headshots to Emerson College. And what was really cool is that Emerson's like, wow, he did something here. Why don't we finance this organization? And they did. They financed Emerson Casting, which was amazing. So once it was financed and when it was actually a club at Emerson College, I had students who are film majors, television majors, as well from Emerson, of course, but I also had students coming from Harvard University, Boston University, using Emerson Casting. And it was awesome. It was really cool. I was my own casting organization, and I had 2 books filled with all these headshots from all over New England and New York. And then what happened from Boston and Emerson Casting and all that experience in interning, through Angela as well as Kevin Fennessy and the Nantucket experience, working on that festival through the fundraiser. I was looking to do the LA program, which I did get accepted, and Emerson had a strong program in Los Angeles, California. And I got accepted to go to LA, and I was thinking about, what do I want to do? Do I want to stick with the casting focus? So I sent out my resume and my cover letter, everything from Burlstein and Gray Management Company to other talent agencies to production companies, and again, casting ended up to be what I wanted to do and learn more about the casting process. And one of the greatest experiences of my life was at DreamWorks Studios. DreamWorks actually accepted me to be an intern in their casting department, which at that time was in North Hollywood. And actually their casting organization was in Universal City, which was right by Universal Studios, actually before it actually went to Glendale. And so this is back in, I think, 2001 timeframe. And so, yeah, I did my final internship out of all the different internships at DreamWorks in their casting department. And I learned, now I'm not working with extras. I'm working with A and B actors. So I'm working with the movie stars and I'm working with supporting actors and whatever the case may be. But I learned not just motion picture casting, but I also worked on television through DreamWorks. I worked on voiceover through DreamWorks. So I got an experience of, a motion picture as well as voiceover aspect through animation. And I also worked on a sitcom. Once that internship was done at DreamWorks Studios, I basically went on and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. And I got involved with more catering, which I had a lot of experience in catering because I did it in New York City back in the 90s. But besides that, at the time, a friend of mine said, have you ever been to Sundance? And this was back between 2001. It was before the winter of 2001. And they said, you should volunteer at the Sundance Film Festival. And I was like, what's that like? I've never been to Utah, and I'm in LA. I'm in Los Angeles, which is a lot closer than New York. And so I applied. Sundance took me in. They actually let me be a volunteer. I paid for my airfare, of course. They actually gave me free housing. and my job as a volunteer at the Sundance Film Festival in 2001, I was a crowd liaison at the Egyptian Theater on Upper Main Street. So basically, that was an incredible experience because I got to deal with the audience, and I learned all about the audience. I was sitting outside with them in the cold, and making sure that they had their badges, making sure they had their tickets, and making sure everything was great. I was sort of like monitoring the outside of the Egyptian theater to make sure that everything was cool. And I got to network. And while I was, volunteering, I'm networking with everybody. So I'm meeting like producers and directors from Hollywood and agents from New York City. And I'm having a great time. And, I highly recommend volunteering at the Sundance Film Festival, because the reason why I've been doing film festivals overall is because of Sundance. I mean, that experience, and not just volunteering and sitting outside with a incredible Roots jacket from Canada, by the way. If you like Roots, they are a Canadian fashion designer that have some really cool clothing. But, I think overall, no matter if it's Sundance, Tribeca, Cannes, Toronto, I mean, any film festival in general, but, to learn what I actually been doing for the last, I would say we're in 2022. So from 2001 till present day, basically my focus has been fundraising, which has been my main focus, creating sponsorship decks, then actually, reaching out to corporations, companies, businesses, all sizes, all lengths, all genres, and raising money through sponsorship and advertising. So that's like the main focus of what I've been doing since 2005. And then besides that, I've also, what I learned from casting, was casting extras, and then the aspect of the studio, I learned how to cast, movie stars.
Yes.
So from what I learned from casting, I booked speakers. And that's how I realized, wow, from my casting experience in motion picture, television, commercials, industrials, and voiceover, now what I'm doing for film festivals and entertainment events is reaching out to people and saying, hey, do you want to speak for me on a panel or a workshop and educate the future of filmmakers or actors, performers, musicians, or whatever the case may be? That's all from casting. That's pretty amazing. And just to think about it, I actually just recently thought about that. I'm like, wow, I booked entertainment professionals, I've booked celebrities. So, that was all from the casting experience. So I see where that comes from. And besides that, I also, so fundraising, booking entertainment professionals, celebrities, and then also I would say I do PR, but PR is not my strong point anymore. I mean, PR sort of relates to everything, PR, marketing, as well as advertising are always connected. So I do know PR. Writing is not my strong. I've gotten better at writing a press release and a profile and backgrounders and the whole press kit. But in general, fundraising, booking, speakers and celebrities, as well as I would say a guerrilla marketing social media aspect is how I look at social media. I've really never taken a class for social media or, focused on the social media educational aspect. I've sort of just, I was there when Facebook started. I was there when Twitter started. I'm old, I'm 45. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that, we are living through a world now that everything is online. And I can go into this aspect before I let you guys know what I'm doing for 2022. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, social media, no matter if you're a filmmaker, actor, musician, or even an independent fashion designer, social media is now what we're dealing with. It is the future. I don't think it's going to go back. And, people, a lot of the older companies, as well as, I think more people have to realize that the way you're going to grow an audience is through social media, no matter if it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok, Pinterest. Like right now, that's how you're going to gain business. And that at this time, at this moment where we are, social media is basically the way to go. It's the way to go to promote your art, your music. As an independent, we're talking about independence, as well as studios in Hollywood, as well as, every type of job, every type of career. social media is basically how we live. And I guess where I'm going with this, since COVID, my last live event was at the Sundance Film Festival in January of 2020 when I produced the Independent Filmmaker Day there. And after that, the variants hit, and I had to, learn how to fundraise and learn how to book speakers on the internet. It was hard. It was tough. It wasn't just, businesses got affected. Everybody got affected. And I guess what I'm trying to get at the end of the day, this variance or COVID itself has proven and shown us that the internet is really the way how we survive, the way that we get by. The kids learn is all over the internet. No matter if it's the safest way, it's the healthiest way. And, thanks to Facebook, thanks to Instagram, thanks to Twitter, LinkedIn, and all the TikTok, all these platforms where we are in a safe environment where everything's right there for us. And that's what I'm trying to get across on that note, is that the internet is really, even for film, most film festivals from Cannes to Sundance to, the major players to even the smaller players that did survive, they all went online, from live streaming to, different platforms. And, hopefully the theaters will come back in a way. I mean, I'd love the theaters to come back. I know the drive-ins, over the summer and the warmer weather, drive-ins they came back and they did pretty well. The drive-ins worked. But again, an in-person film festival or an event, is the best marketing. And that's, the best face-to-face in general is something I prefer. I love being around people. I love people. I mean, that's why I'm in the arts, because it's one of the most creative, platforms there is, no matter if it's movies, theater, film, poetry, hip hop. I mean, it's all about bringing people together through diversity. And that's one of the best parts about art. And that's why I do what I do. I love what I do. I'm not rich at what I do, but that's not the point. The point is I love bringing creativity, and I love people's stories and promoting diversity. And that's why I do what I do.
Eric, because of you explain your background, studies, and then practice, in the United States, there have been always Nielsen ratings,
I know, for television, right?
For television, to test the viewership of shows and programs on television. And, also maybe streaming service on the back end of their websites, they have analytics, and so they know what people are watching and from where geographically.
Right.
But I want to ask you, how how do you measure the audience taste in films? I mean, moviegoers to film festivals. And this is important, or the film festival will rely on its programmer to find the best programs, regardless the festival's audience?
Well, when it comes to the audience, I think in general, the general film festival is going to have a broader audience, which means they show all genres. They don't leave anybody out. And that's most the grandfathers, the majors, Cannes, Tribeca, Toronto, South by Southwest, Sundance. So the general film festival, number one, is going to have a broader audience, as well as raise more money, because the fact that there's more genres to the films themselves will actually make more money for the festival. Being there's you can relate to the actual movie screening at the festival. When it comes to a one genre film festival, it's going to be a little tougher. And I've experienced that myself with a horror film festival. It just, again, it was something that I didn't succeed at, but I did learn that lesson, the lesson of my, I still worked at it, but the lesson of that failure was that working on a one genre film festival, besides working on a, 20, every other genre, from drama, foreign, comedy, horror, like bringing all the genres together, I've always done better on all the genres than just one genre. And that's the lesson I've learned from working on a one genre festival.
Yes.
So when you talked about the audience, overall, if you have more genres, you'll bring in more audience members, no matter if it's in person or online.
Yes. You told me about your last experience in Sundance Festival 2 years ago about the Independent Film Day, right? You
Filmmaker Day,
organized. Yes. But, I've been following Sundance since a long time. I've never been there. But, of course, it was, the space where a lot of great filmmakers and artists of nowadays presented their first work.
Correct.
You remember Ben Affleck, Matt Damon with Good Will Hunting. It was their writing debut, and of course the rising of independent companies like Miramax. It was also in Sundance and Cannes Festival. But on the other hand, I've been following the news, and I read there was another festival called Slam Dance. I don't know if they organize it or not until now.
I know, no, they're great. Slam Dance is. I actually
Yes.
know the founder very well.
Yes, but what I wanted to ask you really, do you think Sundance still, after you explained about internet digital platform as well for festivals and submission and viewership, like platforms like Eventive and many of them right now. Do you think Sundance is still a platform and a good place for independent filmmakers from the States and from outside of the United States?
Well, I think Sundance and Robert Redford and his vision and everybody that worked on his vision from 1978, I think, which, if I'm correct, because I did my research, when he started Sundance and the Film Institute, it has definitely changed. I think, again, Sundance has been outside of Hollywood and has not kind of followed Hollywood. I mean, in a way it has, but it also shows a lot of celebrities that love independent films over motion pictures and the studio films, no matter if it's Sundance, Cannes, Tribeca, or Toronto. First of all, that says a lot about celebrities doing independent films, which, to me means a lot, because it's not about money anymore. It's about indie filmmakers and giving indie filmmakers and directors and producers that have less money than a Hollywood studio film a chance, right? So back to what I'm saying about Sundance. I think it's not Sundance's or any festival's fault right now. I think it's really, the COVID and variants, and it's not just film festivals, it's music, it's theater. I mean, any type of live event has been hit so hard, and all their sponsorship and all their advertising money is not there because of this, because people lost jobs, because people got sick. I mean, there's so many ways we can analyze this. Live streaming came in and they said, okay, Disney, Paramount, Netflix, Amazon, Hulu. Okay, I just got to throw in Hulu there. But, everybody's home now, so they make sense because nobody wants to get sick. And that makes sense either. So why not be home where you're comfortable and eat popcorn on the couch with your dog or cat, right? So there's that way. But, back to the point about Sundance. Sundance is really the grandfather. I think, again, it was the first grandfather major festival in the United States. And, Robert Redford's vision is still there, and it's still going further. And that's what I was going to, pivot to what I'm doing there at this year's. I have an online event coming up less than a week from now that Sundance is supporting through their nonprofit. And I mean, I can go into that in a minute, but back to Sundance. Well, I think at the end of the day, it depends on who's working, through sponsorship, advertising, public relations, and the actual business and the process of who's putting the festival together. No matter if it's Sundance or it's, Boston International Film Festival, which one of my best friends has been doing for 19 years in Boston, Massachusetts. So, I don't think I think Sundance is going to still do very well for the future. I think one of the best things now that Sundance is trying to do is really focus more on diversity, so it broadens its audience and it broadens letting Latino filmmakers, letting African American and Black actors, letting all different types of filmmakers, now really come in to that festival, which will bring diversity more throughout the United States. So that's all positive. That's a very positive thing I see. And I think, as we all know, and if I don't know if you, Sherif, if you studied, Hollywood was started, basically from, the moguls, besides, all the studios, but the audience, and this is what, and I always cherish this, and I was going to mention Neil Gabler. He wrote a book called Empire of Their Own, and I've studied it. I have the DVD. It's the most incredible story of how Hollywood started. And again, the filmmakers back then, when Hollywood started, the audience would go to a movie theater, look way up at this screen, which was God, right? It was like this, like really right in your face with all these movie stars acting. And then the stories basically took the United States and all around the world to that audience and made a vision of what America is through the Hollywood moguls. They actually created, and again, I mean, I could be going off a little, but when we all go to the movies, we love movies, no matter what genre. But again, when you watch a movie from home or in a theater, we're watching stories that are either realistic truth, or their narratives, or their fiction. And I guess what I'm trying to get back to how Hollywood started, Hollywood created a vision for everyone that this was the way of life, that these movies represented World War II. These movies represented, the civil rights movement during those time. I mean, like, it's totally changed. Don't get me wrong. Hollywood is definitely getting a lot more diverse, but it still needs to work on that. And, and that's what we still need to see. But, from the Hollywood aspect to the independent film aspect, in general, independent film pushes diversity, is what I'm trying to get at and say. I love that aspect of independent film. And I would also say there's more movies made independently than there are motion pictures from all studios. Because think about how many independent films around the globe people are making. You know what I mean? I don't know if you would agree, but I think I'm right on
Yes.
that.
Yes. What I liked about reading about the history of cinema, a lot, how big studios started in France, and how cinema started in Egypt as well, with the Lumiere brothers coming to do first screenings after they did in France, and also in the United States as well. Very powerful stuff, to know about how the industry started, big studios and independent, productions like RKO and Orson Welles. But what I wanted to ask you, because we're speaking about film festivals and organization, and people like ourselves, start to get interested into cinema since a young age. Myself, I used to educate myself by watching films and reading about them a lot, reviews and history books and biography, and vice versa. If I couldn't see a film, I read about it. If I read about it before seeing it, I start to look for the film. Tell me about your experience in educating yourself in cinema, and also it will be an advice for young people interested to do something, like we both do, in the future.
So most of back in my day was Blockbuster and
yes, VHS.
VHS, right? So I lived off of VHS, and the other guy, and I'm thinking, what was it? What was that? It was Blockbuster and Hollywood Video. Thank you very much. That was, and then of course came Redbox, and then Netflix, and then Amazon. So I've sort of, we're dealing with the 90s all the way to present 2022. So, again, it was just going with friends or girlfriends at the time and going to Blockbuster, getting VHS and, watching the commercials on TV. That's how I started watching cinema. And then, getting involved through the film industry, like I said, was actually working in extras casting from upstate New York. I got to work on a great film called The Horse Whisperer, which was Robert Redford was in. And I worked on extras casting with children. And then, of course, Boston was it was all casting aspects. So really, when you ask me how I got involved with film, it was through casting extras until I got to DreamWorks, then being being an intern at a movie studio. It was, and again, Nantucket was the first festival. But Sundance, if you ask me why I've been doing festivals, it was really, like I said before, it was my volunteer work at the Sundance Film Festival, that really educated me about the audience that I would be raising money to focus on. Where to this day, understanding Sundance's audience, who were going to Sundance movies. A lot of people say, do you watch a lot of movies? I'm not a big movie watcher anymore. I've always liked more of the business and the promotion of film festivals than actually the movies themselves now. So I've kind of changed. I still like going back and watching trailers on YouTube from like the 70s, like the 80s, and up to the present day. But again, I don't watch a lot of movies as much as I used to, and
Yes.
So that's where I'm at with actually the cinema, watching movies.
Yes, I think growing up, and also I think when we were teenagers, we used to have more time. Right now we're handling business, and I think this is also my feelings right now when you see a lot of films and read a lot about cinema, and also watch a lot of content on YouTube. I think bit by bit you become more selective in what you would like to see. You would like to see something new. You don't want to see a film and then, okay, this theme, I've seen it in 1, 2, 3, 4 before, in European or Asian cinema. So I think this is the case. But right now, Eric, are you still, beside film festival, you still going on with the casting business, or you're more focused on the film festival business right now?
Oh no! After DreamWorks Studios, I got out of casting. I never did. I never worked in casting or interned in that industry, the casting aspect, ever again.
Yes, and right now, which film festival are you working on for the next upcoming period?
This is where we go to Sundance, actually.
Yes.
I am actually co-producing the 8th annual Latino Filmmaker Network virtual Sundance event, which is coming up Monday, January 24th, which is less than a week from now. It is virtually, and we have one of the coolest platforms that are out there. And basically, it's a free event for everyone who's listening, that if you're a filmmaker, an actor, anything you do in entertainment, this event is free. It starts 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and it also starts 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It goes from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And to get involved, I'll go over the panels. I can just, if we still have time, some of the panels we have: opening it up, public relations and marketing for film, film insurance, getting the perfect crew for your production. We also have getting distribution for your film. We have Sundance Institute Fellow Progress, film law, entertainment film law. We have our Road to the Sundance Film Festival, which is actually the Sundance Film Institute will be letting filmmakers know the process to get into Sundance. What from programming to other aspects to the music in the film, like all aspects of how to get your film to the Sundance Film Festival. And then finally we have the film festival strategy and let's talk about post. So those are some of the focuses on the panels for this event. And if you guys are interested in attending, like I said, it's free. It's all day Monday, the 24th. Go to latinofilmmaker.org. That's www.latinofilmmaker.org. And what you want to do is register with your email to their newsletter, and they will send the Latino Filmmaker Network, which is based in Los Angeles, will actually send you an email with the link to their Sundance event, which is number 8. So
Yes.
I've been working on that for the last almost 4 months. I've been co-producing, raising money to finance it, getting celebrities to do video roll-ins for me, and also, working on press and promotion of this event.
Yes. Eric, before I finish this great conversation with you, I want first to congratulate you on all your efforts, since you've been volunteering until you become a professional right now in organizing festival and business events like this, which I think a lot of people need it, even professional people, because I think production, every now and then, the aspects are always changing, and the way of collaboration between, different companies in the United States or across Europe as well. I want to ask you last question. Yourself, do you have a certain dream you want to realize in the upcoming period?
There are 2 things. Number one, I would like, and actually, I don't know if there's still time to let you know about my other events fast, but I can go there.
Sure.
All right. So which way would you like to go? I can go over that question, or I can just throw out the other events I'm doing.
No, let's hear about the events, and so people interested can see it in, in a consecutive order.
Okay, perfect. So again, the 8th annual Latino Filmmaker Network event is on Monday, January 24th. And that, again, is a live streaming of platform where everybody can go to latinofilmmaker.org and register by your email address. And then the other film festivals I'm doing for the 2022 include the 31st Annual Woods Hole Film Festival, which is located in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. It's going on 31 years. This is my third year working on it. And if you've ever been to Cape Cod is a beautiful place. So I'm excited about that festival. I'm also working on the 6th annual ICU Awards, which is right outside of Detroit, Michigan. It's in Royal Oak, Michigan. And I'm really excited about that festival. And also, finally, I have 2 other festivals in the fall. First is the 4th annual Dumbo Film Festival, which is in Brooklyn, New York. And this is the 4th year of this film festival. And then finally, I have the 21st annual Lake Placid Film Festival, which is in Lake Placid, New York, which is in the Adirondacks in upstate New York. And right now, all these festivals that I've mentioned over the summer or in the fall are looking for film submissions. So if there are filmmakers listening to me in my festivals I'm involved with, you want to go to filmfreeway.com, which is a great company out of Vancouver, Canada. I've been working with Film Freeway for so many years. And Film Freeway is the way you want to go. All those film festivals I just mentioned, out of the 4, you go to you just focus on Film Freeway and you submit your features or your shorts through Film Freeway. Again, that's really fast. So just repeat it one more time. It's Woods Hole Film Festival, Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and the ICU Awards in Detroit, Michigan. And then, of course, the last 2 are the Dumbo Film Festival in Brooklyn, New York, and finally the Lake Placid Film Festival, which is in Lake Placid, New York, in the Adirondacks. And Film Freeway is the way to submit.
Great, Eric. Yes, and I was asking you about if you are dreaming of a certain project you would like to realize, something you still dream of.
And let's see. Well, what I love to do, and again, I still want to do more of this as a volunteer more.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest passion, which I've been doing since I was attending Emerson back in 2000, 2001, was always, I've always loved volunteering with the inner city children in the arts, and that is realism for me. So I would love to fund and again, this could be volunteer work, this could be work, but I think more I will stick to the volunteer aspect of it. I love fundraising for the arts and for these inner city children. I would say that's my biggest passion or my mitzvah in life. what I really would like to do on a volunteer aspect. But when you ask me what I would like to do for my passion, for my career, and what I would like to see myself doing for my future, couple things. Number one would be learning how to produce motion film, no matter if it's independent or motion picture. You know, again, back in the day when Hollywood started, you had people sitting on the telephones, you know, calling doctors and dentists trying to raise money for movies because there were no, unfortunately, you know, Kickstarter and Seed and Spark and Indiegogo were not available back in the 40s and 50s. So they had to figure out different ways to raise money. And I'm just guessing that would make sense that you would just cold call and call businesses to raise money for motion movies. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that's the right way. I would have done it that way. But that's a smart idea. It's just you got to reach out to people to raise, right? You got to ask. So, yeah, I think one way would be learning how to produce movies, no matter if they're independent or Hollywood films. Also, I still like the event focus. You know, I've worked on trade shows, movie premieres, conferences, music festivals. So I would, you know, still like to be in that realm. I love the genre of hip hop, but I like the genre of hip hop, not just, I mean, the music aspect, but I also like my good friend C.R. Capers founded the Hip Hop Film Festival in Brooklyn. I'm sorry, in Harlem, excuse me, CR. She's in Harlem, New York, and she started the Hip Hop Film Festival, and I was able to work with her on it. And it's beautiful because she reaches all over the world, and the focus is the cultural aspect and the genre and the visual aspect of hip hop through movies.
Yes.
And so I love CR. CR is great, beautiful woman. So, you know, no matter if it's working with CR in the future again, or working with P. Diddy, who has a great event through Revolution, you know, promoting hip hop to the younger generation. Like, I guess I'm open-minded. I don't, there's any way I can go right now. I'm just sort of like, what's available? Because at the end of the day, I love people and I love raising money for events, which I help create and make them happen. And that's where I would say. So either producing movies or sticking with the events.
Great. Eric, I want to thank you very much for this great interview. I'm sure a lot of people will make use of all the information you provided. And second, I wish you all the best in your upcoming festival events, all you have mentioned. And I look forward to meet you when I come to New York next time.
That would be great. We can go out for, you know, coffee or a Reuben.
With pleasure, with pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Effort. And Eric, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Internet. Today I'm very happy to welcome an online friend, Mr. Gregor Marek. He has a YouTube channel talking about automation, which is a very interesting subject. And I'm very grateful to him that he accepted to do this live for us and for me as well to talk about my experience and for people as well to leverage this technology, this online technology. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Hi, Sherif. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about automation and to discuss and share the message of how we can save some time by automating simple tasks that usually we would do manually, and without any coding experience, we can leverage free tools just to save time and discover whole new opportunities of things that we can do with automation. So thank you for the opportunity for spreading the message.
You're welcome. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Okay. Welcome, RPA champion. Okay. I would like first to ask you, how did you get interested in automation? Did you work in other technical stuff before focusing on automation right now?
That's a good question. I was working in EY in risk in accounting. I found it to be pretty boring, not that exciting. So I looked for for an emerging technology that was 10 years ago, and I found RPA, that it was used to automate processes on which I was working on and doing manual activities, and I thought it was amazing. And just the opportunity of being able to save so much time and automate different things that were done manually, repetitively, and in
Yes.
just a very boring fashion, because when you're doing the same task manually kind of every day, it's not giving value to anybody. It's not giving value to the person that is doing it, and it's not giving that great value to the company as well. So yeah, since then I really wanted to automate different tasks.
Yes, so your background is numbers, not basically engineering software or hardware, correct?
Yes, my background is in economics.
Economics.
Yes, exactly. But automation right now, with all of the low-code tools that are available out there, you don't need to be a developer to know how to automate
Yes.
really complex tasks even. So yeah.
Yes, myself, I studied engineering in Cairo University, communications. At that time, we used to have Boolean algebra, and at the time, basic and C languages, flowcharts, and also we studied hardware, computer architecture. And when I graduated, I did an acoustic projects, a cinema theaters, and I landed a job in the office of Fox and Warner in Egypt in marketing. It was when Titanic was released, so we used to organize film premieres, red carpets for American films, and I worked in that 5 years. Right now, what I would like to ask you, I remember one of our professors in the university was telling us that AI or artificial intelligence was a certain type of science that was very hyped, and scientists and researchers, they didn't reach goals as much as the concept was hyped at the time. It was the 90s. So what can you tell us right now about AI and robot actions, and what are we standing right now? Where are we standing right now?
The hype is pretty much real, meaning that I see intelligent automation or artificial intelligence as just a way of automating different tasks that we humans have. So we build artificial intelligence so that we can automate those complex things, or so that we can get predictions, but ultimately so that we can automate certain things. Now, you've been following my channel, the
Yes.
RPA Champion channels. So there we do pretty basic automations. We do automations on repetitive things, manual and repetitive things. Now, when you automate with RPA, the manual and repetitive tasks, and then with artificial intelligence, you automate the cognitive tasks, you end up automating a process end to end. And companies right now are made out of people that are doing processes end to end. Right now, with automation, the idea is to use automation to enhance workers and employees to do their job better, faster, and so on. But with the kind of ongoing adoption of artificial intelligence, and with the ease that we can set it up, we can pretty much automate almost end-to-end processes, therefore reducing the need for the current workforce by a large percentage. And that percentage kind of varies depending on who you ask. So AI is not that much of a hype. I mean, some things like having a robot that's walking and talking, that's probably AI, even though some people are working on it. But the majority of companies are working on automations such as like extracting data from invoices, inserting it into SAP, and then setting some reports. And this is very easily automated. And previously, maybe you had a department of 30 people that were doing all the same things, extracting invoices, because you had hundreds and hundreds of suppliers. Now you have 2 or 3 robots living on virtual machines that are doing the same job of the entire department. So that's what I'm seeing from my personal experience in the market right now.
Excellent. Yes, myself, I work a lot online right now. I have websites, I do writing, translating, YouTube channel, and I think it's the way of the future. And regarding social media, I remember maybe I had a LinkedIn account, maybe before Facebook. And right now, I have, LinkedIn was very different when it started, the interface, if you remember the old interface, And I have a problem because I have more than 16,000 connections in LinkedIn.
Okay.
So it's very, it's very difficult for me to follow up with them. And also, LinkedIn doesn't permit you right now to export emails and to export all of your contacts. It was like 2 years ago, maybe. You can have the name and the email for the, the list, your list.
Yeah. I have a
And
video
I was trying
on the YouTube channel how to export all of your LinkedIn emails, by the way.
Yes. Right now, I first found your channel because I was trying to find a solution to automate private messaging to my first degree connections, and also trying to export them, trying to connect with second and third degree connections. And you introduced me really to Power Automate Desktop, by Microsoft.
Yeah.
So right now, what can you tell us briefly about the difference between the Power Automate Desktop and the cloud version and the Power Apps as well? Briefly, I know you spoke about it in your channel.
Yeah, but just to understand it very quickly, Power Apps is a technology from Microsoft that allows you to build apps with no code.
Yes.
And Flow is a technology that allows you to automate web applications that have APIs, such as Google, such as Microsoft Weather, such as anything that might have an API. So that's what we use Flow for.
Excellent. Right now, I think the potential of Power Automate as well by Microsoft can help a lot developers to create softwares, to create Chrome extensions doing automatic stuff, and to create Power Apps right now. So right now, what is your advice to young programmers? Where do they start? Should they study stuff, like Selenium or other coding language? Or they can start from the bottom, they don't need to start from the beginning to know about coding and to start to do automation.
Microsoft has included Power Automate Desktop on the default installation of Windows 11. So what does that mean? That means that they make it available not only to developers, they make it available to the grandmas, the kids, the housewives, the teachers, the students, everybody. Everybody that has Windows 11 has access now to automate whatever they want. Whatever comes to their head, they can pretty much automate it. The technology is created in such a way that obviously, if you are a developer, you will have a much easier way automating some harder or more complex things, because you can get by working around with the code and fine-tuning the code and tweaking the code and injecting code. But if you're not a developer, it will just take you longer. It will just take you longer, and you will have to insist a little bit, and eventually you will get it with the low-code kind of drag and drop interface. So if you want to get started with automation, the best way is just to, if you have Windows 11, just to open Power Automate Desktop and start exploring it yourself. It's so easy that you don't really need dedicated training. You don't need to read a book. You don't need to start with Selenium. Selenium is great for, it's great, but you just don't need it. You can achieve exactly the same with for example, Power Automate Desktop for free and in a much shorter time. So,
Yes.
I mean, you can choose to learn Selenium and learn how to code, absolutely, and that's going to work as well. But this work as well. So it's not easy.
Yes.
It's hard to get into automation.
Yes, and of course, it's if you learn automation, you can offer services. You don't need to have a company. You can offer services for people, individual, I think, or companies online on platforms like Fiverr, for instance. It could be like your online job as well if you perfect it.
That is also that is one way, but another way is also to offer the robots that you create as services. So, for example,
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you have seen my latest video. In the latest video, I show how we connect a chatbot from Microsoft to a Power Automate desktop flow. So via chatbot, you can execute your flow on a virtual machine or on your desktop, and the flow is going to run, execute, and return the information to you inside of the chat. So
Yes.
like that, you can provide it and give access to it to anybody. So I was actually planning on creating a chatbot that is going to allow anybody that goes to the chatbot to post a specific message to different groups on LinkedIn
Yes.
or Facebook.
Or
So
yes. Yes, this is great. Yes, right now, myself, I was facing like a difficulty, exporting, data from infinite pages, when you have like infinite number or a large number of Facebook group members, or when you have a lot of connection like myself on LinkedIn, if you see the list of your connections, it keeps on scrolling.
Yeah.
And when I try to export it, it gives me duplicate results. So how can we overcome this? Or you like to make a video about it?
I have made already one video about it. So it's I think I made it inside of the Instagram bot. It was a live I did.
Yes,
So,
yes, I saw it. Yes, so
uh,
maybe I try to receive to apply what you have, because when you have like lot of followers on Instagram,
yeah.
it's lazy loading, like they say, it
Uh,
has lazy loading.
Yes, the page, as you scroll down, it loads. So what is, I mean, what what you should do is use a little bit of JavaScript and load until the bottom of the page. Then you
Yes,
can repeat the same thing and put that inside of a loop maybe 100 times, so that you're sure that you get to the bottom of the page. Once you got to
yes,
the bottom of the page, you extract the table, and you see how many members it extracted. It extracted, okay, 600. Well, my total is 900. All right. Well, then I have to increase the loop from
yes,
60 to 90 this time, and you just let it
yes.
run for like hopefully it's not gonna break, and then yeah, and that's how you. But there could be also other ways. That's just one way. The nice thing about kind
One
of
technique.
automation, yeah, is that there could be also other ways, meaning, for example, like you could change the URL, maybe even you could connect to, like, for example, like HotSuite or another application that allows you to
Yes.
view all of your kind of connections, and maybe in that page you can scroll through the connections, or in
Yes.
that application. So there is different kind of, you have to be
Applicate.
always, if one way doesn't work,
Creative.
yeah,
Of
if one way
course.
doesn't work, you got to find like another way, work around to kind of hack it to make it
Of
work.
course.
These things
Yes.
are not intended to work like that.
Yes, I remember when I was studying, they were teaching us what is the difference between an engineer and a scientist. Well, a scientist can discover the formula or the technique, and the engineer is the one who will apply it to find solution, to find problems to solution. And this is, how the main difference, I think, between a scientist and engineer. Right now, you have right now your own company is called Process Lens, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. can you tell us about what kind of service you are offering, and do you work with individuals or companies as well? And what can you give to both of them?
We work only with companies. We help companies find what processes they should automate. So
Yes.
right now in the marketplace, you have over 200 RPA solutions. You have
Yes.
chatbots, you have machine learning, you have AI. However, the processes inside of companies still remain very manual, even though you could unlock great potential if you could automate some of these processes. And what companies are having a hard time is finding what is the right process that they should automate. Now, Process Lens
Yes.
helps you understand what process would be the best process for you to automate based on the complexity for automation and the ROI that that process is going to give you in return. So that's how it helps you accelerate automation.
Yes, and of course it will save time and money, and also maybe labor number of workers. I remember watching like a couple of years ago a video on YouTube. There is a website where you can enter any job, and it will tell you when this job will disappear and replaced by a robot, and in how many years. You know, this website exists, by the way. Okay, and also, there are a lot of films like Terminator. I love the television series Westworld. I don't know if you have seen it.
Yes, I've seen it.
It's great. Technological series, of course. Right now, Greg, how do you see automation is going in the future?
It is automation is only accelerating in every single country. Businesses are understanding that that they can save a lot of money and unlock a lot of value. And just proof of that is that Microsoft has put their technology Power Automate Desktop for free on every single license of Windows 11.
Yes.
So meaning that they want they want to give this tool to everybody, and it will be expected out of everybody to know how to use automation and how to use tools such as Power Apps, Power Flow, Power BI, Power Virtual Agents. The people that are going to have those skills, they're going to have a competitive advantage in the marketplace that's coming. That's right now.
Yes. And right now, Microsoft is, I think it's leading. The race compared to other companies in the market, big companies in automation. I mean, correct?
There is such things called. There is like a Gartner quadrant, and there's also Forrester quadrant. These are research companies that they. Every quarter or every year they publish a report saying which company is the best company in the marketplace. Now, UiPath has been dominating the scene for a really long time. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the latest report, so I can't tell you if it's Microsoft or UiPath. I know that for the longest time, UiPath has been dominating it. Before that, it was Blue Prism and Automation Anywhere. But the main vendors right now are UiPath, Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, and Power Automate with Microsoft that came out like a year and a half ago, more or less, not even. It's a very fresh technology. They purchased a previous technology that was called, I can't remember what it was called. It was a Greek technology, and Microsoft purchased it and made it Power Automate Desktop. It has almost the same look and feel, just the colors changed.
Of course. But right now, Greg, in entertainment we have film festivals and film markets, and also there is exhibitions of film technology, satellite streaming cameras, projections. Is there, as far as like an important automation event coming up next year? Or did you participate before in automation events? For people, if they would like to go and see what's happening there is like conferences of symposium, to leverage the culture of automation for people.
There's different events, there's different organizations. I am member of an organization as well, but there's a lot of different different events. There was just now an event in Italy,
Yes.
a big event about intelligent automation. One of the biggest maybe that was organized in Italy or in Europe for just kind of for intelligent automation. It had great success, lots of companies, lots of people, lots of vendors. So so it was a big success. Best way to look for them would be just a simple Google search, because there's really lots of companies and lots of really lots of events right now going on in this space. It's something that is growing really quickly, and it's really important to learn these skills right now.
Yes. Final questions, for internet nerds, working online. Do you think that you can use automation to generate more traffic to our websites, our blogs, or our YouTube channels? Or this is something completely different?
With 100 million ways you can do it. With really, I can tell you just a couple of ways, but
of course.
But I mean, just now with a colleague, we finished working on a automated YouTube channel. So it's called Hypernews, actually, and it's basically just a bunch of different automations. And this is what they do: they search for the latest news. They take the news, they convert it into text to speech. So it's a lady that is speaking the news, the headline of the news. It takes the automation also takes the title, searches on Google for images related to this. It takes those images, it opens Movie Maker on Windows. It makes a 15-second short for YouTube and puts everything together and creates a news short.
And upload it.
And it uploads it automatically to YouTube.
Excellent.
And it goes on autopilot. Just. But this is a pretty complex example. The most simple ones are just like, let me go on every single YouTube video and comment on it and leave a thumbs up. I mean,
so
huge visibility.
Excellent. Before I remember talking about YouTube, I was in New York attending Tribeca Festival, and part of the program we were invited for in Google headquarters in New York, and it was the first time they doing an introduction about YouTube. It was something new. And the guy from Google was saying, okay, this is a new platform. You can upload your videos, and you do what. And I was attending and saying, well, why should I upload videos on the internet featuring myself? So I think, So I think it's I think a lot of people, are visionaries. They can see the future. And I remember watching a lot of films and documentaries about Tesla. One of the great scientists, and here we are. Yes. Greg, do you have something you are preparing for us on your YouTube channel?
Yes, I do. I'm planning on showing some videos about democratizing a little bit. First of all, I would like to democratize this knowledge to more users, meaning making videos that are not strictly technical, but a little bit more entertaining. And to do that, I'm planning on making videos on how we can actually make a little bit of money with automation. So either by clicking on different things, or by leaving reviews, or by making comments, or there's just like a whole lot of different strategies, or on replying on forums, and there's so many different ways that we can generate a little bit of revenue. And I think these videos would be very interesting for people that are not just interested in automation. So somebody that is just kind of, I want to learn how to make money online. Well, great. You don't have to do affiliate marketing. You don't have to do anything while you learn automation. And then you automate like these things that otherwise you will have to spend your time there doing. Now you can do it manually, and you can maybe generate a little bit, not huge amounts of money, but a little bit,
Yes, which is good. Make money with automation.
Exactly.
Make money online with it. Yes,
Yeah.
excellent, Greg. Greg, I want to thank you very much. Grazie mille
Craig,
for
can I ask you a question?
yes.
Before we, I wanted to ask you, where would you want to use automation if you wanted to build a process right now? Where would you think it would give the biggest value right now?
Right now, first of all, with automation, I manage my mailing list. I have a newsletter. I try to get traffic to my YouTube channel and my websites with a newsletter, like emailing. So I use Power Automate, to send from Gmail or Hotmail, and of course and it saved me money instead of buying services for emailing, because when you have more contacts you pay more, as you know. On the other hand, as well, for LinkedIn and similar social media, it helps me to organize my contacts, into CRM. And also, that CRM right now are expensive, and I'm really very happy with a CRM, a very simple Google or Excel sheet, with the LinkedIn link, the photo of my contact, because sometimes you have the name, you don't remember the person, his email, and a simple note about our recent conversation. And I think Excel is very powerful in that, because when you like myself has a lot of contacts, you are lost completely. But when you have a status report, and you update it even by yourself, you are in a good way. And this will help a lot of people like myself, and maybe like you as well, working all the time in front of a computer instead of seeking and to pay for services. They can do it for themselves. So basic stuff, for online work, I think Power Automate is something, you cannot, you should use, with your daily life right now.
Yeah, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfectly great. Cool.
Perfecto. Okay, Greg, thank you very much. I will share this. I think it's a very precious video. Very happy to have you online. I think a lot of people will be happy to hear our conversation and to visit your YouTube channel. I will put a link down below, the YouTube link. And yes, and I hope we can organize something here in Ecuador, on automation for young people to learn it. Maybe we can do something together next year.
By the way, we are working a lot with in Brazil. My company is doing a lot of work in Brazil, and we are also part of an organization that is called rpabrazil.org.
Yes.
It's a non-profit organization, and the objective is to educate. We could eventually expand to Ecuador or anywhere that might be that could be.
With pleasure. We have a space for you on your house in our house to have a regional office. Awesome. Mi casa es su casa.
Awesome. It was
okay,
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Say hello to everyone. Good luck with your YouTube channel, your online work, and your company. And I think right now collaboration is very good, especially in the critical time we are living right now. And I hope next year is better for you and for me and for everybody.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Have a lovely day. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you.
You too, and everybody. Bye.
Salve.
Buonasera. Buonasera. Bye.
Ciao. Hello, good evening and good afternoon. Today here on my channel. I want to welcome an African brother first, and an artist, great artist, musician, filmmaker, festival curator, Paul Bloom from South Africa. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Hey, very cool. Thanks yourself, man.
Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. It is a pleasure to welcome you. You know, my channel is open to all genre of artists and all kind of practices, especially film festivals. I think, you know, after this COVID thing, we should join hand and support each other, you know, and bring back the film industry, either film festival or film market to the live, you know, again after the challenge we faced last year.
Yeah, definitely.
Paul, I would like you to speak a little about yourself. I saw your biography and your website. Thank you very much for sending it. But tell me a little bit about your studies, your interest in music and film, until you decided to co-organize the film festival, the horror film festival in Cape Town with your wife.
Yeah, well, I guess I grew up in the 70s. I was born in 1970. And my dad, he was a broadcaster at the South African Broadcasting Corporation, newsreader, and he became the the head of one of the departments there. But so we grew up. He always brought back 7 single album LPs and all kinds of records from the studio. So we always grew up with all kinds of music, but sort of at an early age gravitated to the more alternative stuff. And in the same way, also just grew up watching lots of movies and just loved music and movies so much that I, you know, ended up wanting to create these things as well. And so in high school, my 2 brothers and I, we started a little garage band playing sort of punk and rock type songs, metal music. Started another band after that and joined a band called VOD, which was a punk hardcore band, which became a metal band, especially when my brother also joined as a vocalist, sort of did a switch from punk to metal. And with this band, we got a record deal with a German label, Morbid Records. So in the early mid 90s, we flew over to Europe. We recorded there for the label. We stayed in England as our base. We recorded our album, toured Europe, stayed there for about 2 years, and then I came back again. And then, so when I was here, I had to start kind of doing something. But prior to this, I was at university. I did my BA degree, and then I went to film school after that. But then I kind of dropped out of film school because it was too theoretical for me. So I went off and started doing my own thing, editing, doing all kinds of editing work, sort of stuff for the band as well, and some corporate stuff. But then, so when we came back from Europe, about 97 or so, I also had a little solo project called Fate, like a one-man, strange industrial kind of electronic metal band thing. Well, can't call it a band if it's one guy, so it's a solo project. But on top of that, so I had to kind of do something now when I was back in South Africa, because most of the band, they still stayed behind. Like our bass player, he was born in the UK, and moved to South Africa when he was in school. So he decided to stay back in his home country. But I looked into, and I saw there was my dad suggested there was this an Afrikaans newspaper called Die Burger. It's translated as The Citizen. They had a youth supplement, and he said he noticed they didn't have movie reviews, and he knows that I like movies. I'm interested in making them and doing anything movie related. So I approached them and started a little movie column for them, and then it just snowballed from there. I started writing for a whole bunch of other magazines and newspapers in and around South Africa, and that sort of extended to creating my own website, flamedrop.com, where I've got all music and movie related reviews and interviews with musicians and filmmakers. But around 2004, I met Sonia, my wife, in 2000. We started our band Terminatrix in 2002. And then in 2004, we made a little short film called Imperfection, a sort of strange, dark, psychological horror film. But then once we finished it, there was nowhere to screen it. And we, when I was younger, always going through Fangoria magazines, always saw they had this weekend of horrors, events that they had, sort of little horror film festivals. And, we always thought it would be so cool if they had something like that in South Africa. And no one ever bothered to do it. I think mainly because it's a small market for that. And, it's not like you can become extremely rich screening horror films in South Africa, let alone making them. But then we decided someone has to do it. So we just jumped in and created the Horror Fest ourselves. Besides being able just to screen our own little movie somewhere, also to try and get people in and around South Africa to send us their work, because there had to be a couple other people who've made something and, don't have anywhere to show it in South Africa. But beyond that, we also had some couple of international shorts dribbling in. I can't remember how I think it was just people that I came across. I think it was still MySpace in those days. Yeah, it had to be via MySpace. Met some interesting filmmakers there that made these little short films. Like one guy, his name is Dominic Hailstone, extremely talented artist and digital artist. He made this very interesting short called The Eel, and we got that from him. A couple of local film schools sent us some projects, and it just, from 2005, it just grew and grew and grew, and word got out. The rest of the world started hearing about the South African Horror Fest. That people just started sending us more and more movies, to the extent that some of the films that they sent us was actually not very horror, but still very good. So we decided just to create. So some of it was sort of more kind of extreme underground films, and others were more like science fiction. We even had some music-related submissions, which ended up down the years. We created the Celluloid Science Fiction, Fantasy and Animation Film Festival. We created the X-Fest Extreme Underground Film Festival, and the Sound on Screen Music Film Festival. So we've just expanded it beyond. We also had for a stretch, we had the Daring Dockies Film Festival, which focused on more challenging documentaries, not sort of all light-hearted stuff, but some heavier subjects. But we haven't done that in quite a few years. But yeah, so at the moment, actually this year, we just banged them out in a row, because last year everything was up in the air. We did do the Horror Fest last year. It's also the first time we went from cinema to do it online as well. We had a couple of online, most of it was online last year, and a couple of cinema screenings. And this year it was actually far more. We expanded again to get more cinema screenings in, because people want to go out, but then some people are a bit more wary. They're not too keen. So it's this interesting balance that we had to maintain in, will people come to the cinema, or would they prefer to stream it? But then the downside to the streaming is, in South Africa, data is very expensive, and most people use it on their phones. They don't have fiber on their internet for their computers at home. So they have to be very careful in how they spend their data, because they have to keep buying and topping up. So to watch an entire festival is very difficult for someone in that position. So that's something we had to keep in mind as well. Also try not to make it too expensive. But yeah, we've had the same theatre partner since we started, the Labia Theatre. It used to be a little ballroom that an Italian royal family, the Labia family, they donated it to the Italian embassy, and this ballroom got turned into, in the 70s, they turned it into a cinema. So they just kept the name, and I think it was just one cinema at the time, but then over the years they split it up into one large one and three smaller ones, well, sort of medium size and two smaller ones. So it's got 4 cinemas there now. And we've been there forever. Ludi Kras and the guys running there, they've always been supportive, and we've always been supportive in return, because there are no real independent cinemas left in South Africa. It's all, mall cinemas, sort of cineplexes, 10 to 15 big commercial cinema chains, and this is just one small little independent cinema, and they used to show strictly art house films, but they have to show some more commercial movies to, pay the rent. But for the most part, they still show far more interesting movies, and it's like half the price of the other cinemas. So it's got a nice vibe. They've got a bar and a terrace, and people could take their drinks into the cinema. So it's a nice little spot. And I don't know if they had to close down. That was the fear when this whole pandemic struck. I mean, they were closed for about 6 months. We were very worried that they might not survive it, but luckily they did. That's why they also they had to expand and to keep themselves afloat. So they created the Labia home screen, which is the platform where we're streaming the Horror Fest. So they had to try and keep going that way. So we're glad that they survived, and that we can still try our best to get people back into the cinema, which has been hard for the major distributors as well, because people who didn't have Netflix during the pandemic, they did get themselves Netflix or other streaming services, and then they go, well, they're probably comfortable. Why do they need to get back into the cinema? Because it isn't cheap to go to the cinema if you have to pay for your parking, pay for your popcorn and your drinks and the tickets. It's become I guess a luxury in many ways. It's not just you just decide, I'm going to go to the cinema. You have to look at your wallet and make sure that you can do it. Like I said, at the Labia Theatre, it's like half the price than the big one. So people in Cape Town, they must rather go to the Labia Theatre. And when the Horror Fest is showing, obviously come to the Horror Fest.
Yes, but I want to ask you about things, Paul, since you are based in Cape Town. I visited 2 times Durban in Durban Festival. I was jury 2 times in Durban Festival. I hope next time we can visit Cape Town. I want to ask you about the status of the music industry right now in South Africa.
Oh, that's been actually recently. Now we had there was an incident of musicians having a little bit of a protest to all the how can you put it? Yeah. Money doesn't always get funneled to the right people in South Africa. When there are the artists really got the short end of the stick during this pandemic. No live venues to play at. The curfew time frames, you can't do anything beyond a certain time. So a lot of musicians and artists, actors, everyone, they really had a hard time the last year. And recently there was a protest about this, and the cops got very, very rough with one particular female musician in particular, which is really not cool. And it's just a case of, I guess the government has to try and help everyone everywhere, and that's not easy, especially if there's lots of corruption. There's been lots of corruption that's eaten up billions in South Africa. So, but I don't want to get into that political thing. But it's really, that the musicians have, it's hit the music industry very hard. But people try to make plans to stay afloat, to do little online concerts. But it's also been difficult to try and convince people to pay for an online show. Because when people go out, they want to go out, see a live band and have a drink, but to sit at home and watch on a computer doesn't really have the same effect. But it's I can't speak for all of the different sectors of the music industry. I think some people have been doing fine, especially the more commercial guys. People still stream their stuff, whereas the smaller independent bands and artists, it's difficult for them to reach their audience, especially if the radio or the kind of commercial news, they don't really cover it as much. But that's something I've been used to that for decades, doing alternative music. It's just don't expect to make a living with it. You have to do something on the side. But yeah, all-round artists, I think they really got a bit of a the raw end of the deal in South Africa.
Yes, I know a little bit about South African film production, and also South Africa has provided many filmmakers and actors, actresses to Europe and to the United States. I mean, they are expanding, and also South Africa was became a very good location, for shooting, international and South African production. But I want to ask you specifically about horror film for the adoption. How do you see it in South Africa?
Like I usually say, well, from my perspective, is the local productions, there aren't as many. It has picked up, but it's more a case of international productions coming to shoot in South Africa because it is more affordable. It's got great locations. The casts and crews are world class, so it's kind of a no-brainer for them to come shoot something in South Africa. I mean, you can, in Cape Town alone, you can go in any direction for 10 kilometers and you can use it as a different country. So we've got so many options here, and producers have been making use of it. Just like we're screening Slumber Party Massacre, we're screening at the Horror Fest as our closing show, and it was shot here. It was pretty much just the director, Tanishka Esterhazy. She's a Canadian director. I think she's about the only foreign person on the movie. The rest were all the actors, all the cast, all the crew. Everyone was South African.
See, right now, being Africans, both of us, we know that Africa is Egypt or the Francophone, Anglophone Africa. I mean, the whole continent has a lot of stories, lot of heritage in relation to what we are specifically talking about, horror and magic and paranormal and everything. I think, our stories also inspired other filmmakers. Right now, while I've been talking to you, I remember watching Wes Craven, The Serpent and the Rainbow. Maybe you remember this film, and it was done from the perspective of an American who visited Africa, and he was exposed to maybe black magic or being buried alive, or yes. And there have been a lot of trials, trying to make these stories. Tell me, do you think your festival could be like inspirational for filmmakers to delve into this specific genre?
No, we hope so. Initially, we have noticed. I mean, when we got started, there are some people that we know that specifically because of the Horror Fest, they decided, hey, they're going to try and do something, and they've actually created some very cool stuff.
Yes.
And some people we befriended, they just came out of film school at the time. They've gone up to create some very cool stuff, like a movie that was just finished here recently, Gaia.
Yes.
Our friend Leon Fischer, he was the editor and the grader on that, and they just won I think somewhere in Italy. There was a science fiction festival in Italy this week. They won an award there. So yeah, it's nice to see it grow like that. Obviously, we would like to see it grow more, but you can't force it. It's going to happen the way it's going to happen. And budget-wise, some people have to put up their own money for these things. People don't always want to take a chance on a specific project like this.
Yes.
With South Africa did have quite a long tradition of, when it's a South African movie, it usually has a very specific kind of a socio-political theme. But movies have just like music, movies have so many genres, and you have to broaden and spread it out, and not just it has to be entertainment as well, not just issues. We can't just deal with issues in films all the time. But yeah, there's so many interesting things in Africa. Another movie that we've got at the Horror Fest called The Explorer. It's about a it's a documentary on a French cryptozoologist who goes to the Congo to look for it's almost like a Loch Ness monster myth that they have there in Africa, up in the Congo, and he goes out on an expedition to try and track this beast down. And so yeah, there's so many interesting things hiding in jungles and everywhere that you just don't know about. Another filmmaker, a friend of ours, Richard Stanley, he moved to the UK in the late 80s, and he made movies like Hardware in England, and then he shot a movie in Namibia in the early 90s called Dust Devil. He's done some
I remember Dust Devil. I saw it when it was new. Yes, with Robert Burke, the actor.
Yeah, that's right. And that was also based on a kind of an African myth of this kind of a wanderer in the kind of travels with the storm. And yeah, no, there's so many interesting things that people can explore, and people should do that. There's another movie that I think it's currently on Netflix. I don't know if it's just in Africa or if it's global Netflix. I think it's number 8.
Yes.
I think it's like a couple of South African and African kind of mythological horror stories that are sort of linked together. I haven't seen it yet, but I've been postponed. I've got so much I have to watch. When we get to the Horror Fest every year, we have hundreds of stuff we need to sift through, and to try and get it done in time, we have to announce the selections. So we end up watching so many movies, and especially short films, that to watch movies for entertainment, it's a bit of a luxury. We can maybe squeeze one in on the weekend. So we've got a long list of movies we have to watch now once the Horror Fest is finished.
Yes, and you're screening the new Halloween film in the new edition, right?
Yes, yeah. We opened with that. We just had the one screening as the opening screening on 27th of October. We had that. We also did the year before, it was postponed in 2019. We did the 2018 version that they had, the first kind of continuation. And hopefully next year we'll have Halloween Kills as well, and maybe open the festival that. So then we've opened the festival with a Halloween movie every single time, and it's over Halloween season, so it's perfect.
Tell me, Paul, is it difficult to find juries for a horror festival, or it is easy because you can look in the filmmakers and actors who used to be filmmakers or scream queens, like we say?
Yeah. No. For up until about 2 years ago, it was always just been Sonia and I, and then we'd get some additional people to. I don't know if you've seen the movie Fried Barry.
Yes.
Ryan Kruger. He was. Do you remember one year another connection of ours, Marnus Trudeau? He's actually shot some of our music videos with us. He's been on there. Leon Fisser, who I mentioned, who edited the Gaia movie. He's been on there, but we've never. I mean, I've got contact with quite a few international people, but this is the first year I thought, hang on, we've never actually bothered to ask any international filmmakers if they want to be on our jury. And so, well, let me just do it. And I just thought who came up first, and Mick Garris came up first because he's an extremely nice guy and he's always willing to help and assist. And he's made some cool movies, lots of Stephen King stuff. So I contacted him and he got back immediately and said, yeah, definitely. Because it's a matter of time, people are busy. They're making their own movies. He's got his post-mortem podcast. He travels all over every month he's at another event, another festival. So it's difficult to pin these guys down. And he was very keen to participate. Obviously, he's not here. We're doing it remotely, so he's watching the movies on his side, and then we'll get his feedback. And I also tried I've also been in contact with Tony Timpone, who was the Fangoria editor for many years. I've been in contact with him since, I would say, probably the early 2000s, mid 2000s. So I just contacted him. He came back to me straight away and said, yes, cool, he'll do it. And then I thought, we need to get a bit of a female balance, because Sonia would then be the only female jury member. And then I thought maybe just a good one shot to get two two female jurors in one go, I thought of the Soska twins. They made
Yes.
American Mary and the David Cronenberg's Rabbit remake. But then I was thinking how to get hold of them. So I contacted my friend Chris Alexander. He was also actually, after Tony Timpone, was the Fangoria editor for a long stretch. He's now involved with Full Moon Features. He's made a few movies with them. He's produced some of his own little independent, he calls it Fever Dreams, his films. It's his kind of weird trips. And so I asked him if he knows I can get hold of the Soskas, because he's Canadian and they're also Canadian. So he sent me the email, shot an email off to them, and they got back to me immediately and said, yeah, they'd love to. So it was a very, very painless process to get a very, very strong jury for this year. Some very cool names.
Yes. Okay, Paul. I would like to ask you the magic question right now. What is your favorite scary movie?
That is the worst question to ask, because I love so many. Besides, I love all kinds of movies, but I would say, I guess it's become easier over the years for me to say that if I have to pin it down to one, it's probably The Shining, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining.
Yes, I watched it several times, by the way, and watched it many and read a lot of articles and so many documentaries about it.
Yeah.
And when I was jury once in Macedonia, and Stanley Kubrick co-producer, and he's the brother of his wife, was jury with me, and I interviewed him, and I asked him about all of Stanley Kubrick films. I love his films, you know. It's they are very deep films, and you know they are really film d'auteur, because he used to spend a lot of time preparing the scripts and the writing, and he was involved in everything, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a most Kubrick movies. I think I've got about, I think Lolita, and he did Spartacus, did he?
Yes, he did Spartacus and Pathos of Glory with Kirk Douglas.
Yeah, Spartacus and Lolita, I think those are the only ones I don't have on DVD or Blu-ray. So
Yes.
You know, I mean, when you watch a Kubrick movie, I mean, I guess that's probably the closest you can come to a perfect movie, unless you don't like the subject matter. Then that would be a downside for you. I mean, it's just all the elements, like The Shining. It was everything about there are so few things in there that you can say, well, no, that's wrong. It's just everything's so spot on, and the acting, the music, everything works well together. The photography,
of course, Kubrick, being a photographer and still photographer, before venturing into films, he used to know about lenses and light and camera movement a lot.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you, I've seen they did a remake of The Shining, more faithful to the novel, you know, as a mini series, and also there was yes, and they did as well last year or 2 years ago a sequel, you know, from the novel, the sequel novel, you know, Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
But you know, I think I think maybe also Stephen King was a little bit jealous, because Stanley Kubrick film, you know, I think it's was more deep than the novel itself. I think it was more profound, more psychological, more character study, more thrilling, you know, than the novel. That's why he didn't like the Stanley Kubrick version. But I want to tell you, The Shining came, I think, in the beginning of the 80s. I was 10 years old. I didn't see it until I was grown up. But I remember there are very few films in Egypt that kept on in theaters for a year or two before the years of multiplexes.
Yeah.
We used to have big cinema, you know, like the Opera House, like MGM Cinema in Cairo, and Radio Cinema used to screen Warner Brothers film. And The Shining and films like Jaws, films like Coma, and films like Earthquake as well. They used to stay for a year or a year and a half, or they keep on repeating them, every now and then. I think that, cinema, before internet and the digital application had more value and more impact, I think, on the viewers.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, things have become so, it's just, everything is too instantaneous. I mean, even just to go back to when, video stores, which was, I mean, just a few years back, you could still go to the video store and rent something. I mean, you probably still have a couple of video stores left in different little parts of the world.
Yes.
But, you'd go there and you'd make a good decision on what you want to watch, and you pick that and you go home and you watch it. Now, if you scroll through Netflix, you can give something 5 minutes and you skip it. Next thing, 5 minutes, skip it. Just
of course,
it becomes so composable.
At the time of Betamax and VHS, I think were the perfect time for people like ourselves, because we made a great film education. I mean, I remember as well in Egypt, people who used to have video clubs. We used to call it like that in Egypt, or distribution companies. We used to distribute VHS and Betamax before the era of CD and DVD. They had a very good taste of films. I remember watching, a plethora of films when I was, 10, 15 years old, And like you mentioned, it was a great experience to go to a 2 or 3 video club to try to get a couple of films from here and there to make it during the weekend. Paul, finally, I want to ask you, do you have dreams for your festival that you would like to achieve in the upcoming editions?
Sure. We tend to take it year by year. What obviously we would like it to grow, but not grow beyond itself, because it is such a niche. It's a niche genre, and we don't just want to get people to watch it just because we want it to be big. We want to select a nice bunch of movies, especially, I mean, 90% of it is complete independent stuff, movies that people won't get to see anywhere else. So if we grow to the extent that we just show movies that are, kind of anything you can go see in the mall cinema, then that would be defeating the object for us. It would be nice if we can just do this and make a living doing this, but it's not going to happen in this country with this kind of genre. So I guess what we want to do is, what I would like is just to inspire more South African filmmakers to create something different, give it a local flavor, but make horror movies that they can send to our festival and be proud to say that, hey, they sent it to the South African Horror Fest, which we have discovered down the years. People aren't ashamed to say that they sent something to the South African Horror Fest, and not just in South Africa but around the world. People have praised our festival because they know that we care about the movies. We don't leak it to some pirate bay somewhere. I'm sure some people do that. We want people to see the movies legitimately. We want an audience to see the filmmakers' movies, talk about it, tell other people about it, and just spread the horror culture as far as possible.
Yes, great. Paul, I wish you all the best, in the current and upcoming edition. I look forward as well for your own work in music and film, hopefully. And say hi from our side to your wife, Sonia, and give her our wishes. And I hope her to join our live next time, And thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thanks, man. Keep well.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Good morning and good night. Right, I'm very proud to welcome Mr. Stephen Lambert. He's a filmmaker, producer, and also the founder of Bangkok International Documentary Awards, also known as BKK Doc, and welcoming him from Bangkok. We have a 12-hour difference. Right now, I'm in Ecuador, so it's 9 p.m. Thank you very much, Mr. Stefan, to join the live.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here live with you, live from Bangkok.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. First, I want you to tell me about your start in the entertainment field before initializing the film festival. What can you tell us?
Oh, too many things. So I've started 10 years ago with a boutique production house focusing on news. We were at that time several people involved in this sharing the company, and our focus was providing news segments to French TVs. News about Southeast Asia, focusing on Thailand, Indonesia, Myanmar at that time, the Philippines. I was in charge of developing contracts and the business side of the operation. That was 10 years ago. And
Yes.
6 years ago, I moved to the documentary world, organizing the Asian side of the doc in Bangkok, Thailand. That is a market. It's a spin-off of Sunny Side of the Dock, which is a French market, one of the largest in Europe of its kind. So this was 2016. It was the first of its kind in Thailand. It was a success. It happened twice in 2016 and 2018, and then I've decided to go on the lighter side of the business, which is the festival, where there is less business and more entertainment. Still in the documentary field, and this is how we started working on the BKK Doc. And BKK Doc, it's now it's its second edition.
Yes, the first edition was last year or the year before the COVID.
No, it's a COVID baby. We started Bangkok Doc in 2020 with its first edition, and we had it was a very pleasant surprise, because if you remember, it seems to be so long ago, but a year ago the world was in shock, and we believe that it was interesting to focus on positive things, to give positive energy. So the festival was a way to say, look, there are still things happening, and also to give opportunities for people to network online, and specifically to filmmakers, documentary filmmakers, to continue building bridges with distributors, producers, professionals, and also viewers around the world. So that was the drive behind the first edition of Bangkok Doc. And to my happy surprise, we had a huge turnout in terms of submissions. We went to over 400 submissions. That's for a new festival with no background. Was very, very interesting to see that not only we had a large volume of submissions, but also submissions of very high qualities from all over the world, as well as very large budgets. Film with very large budget. We had also filmed with very small budget, almost house films. We had documentaries from Myanmar, for instance, with a budget of less than $1,000 and at the same time we had in competition films from the US with a budget reaching $1 million. So that was the beginning of Bangkok Doc, and only now a year and a half ago.
Yes. So you realized the first edition before the lockdown?
It started as no, it was during the lockdown. It started in April 2020 as it was a discussion with friends. I said, yeah, why not using this time? We are all at home. We are all stuck. There is no shooting ongoing. There is no more distribution because the cinema are closed. Why don't we just launch our festival online? So we launched a competition first online, and thanks to the success, there was enough traction to go and talk to some potential screening partners in Bangkok. And I must say that we had a very strong support from the Goethe Institute in Thailand. Goethe Institute is very active in the documentary world and a great supporter. So its director, Maren Nimmer, gave us the support, gave us an auditorium, gave us a screen. And for 4 days, we had the privilege to screen the festival, the selection of the festival at the Goethe Institute in Bangkok. Of course, it was not a lockdown, but there was very strong health-related rules to follow in Bangkok at that time. So we did. We managed to have an opening screening with over 100 people. That was the maximum that we were allowed to welcome in the auditorium. And then we had screenings of the award-winning films for a week. That was in 2020, in December 2020.
And submission-wise, did you launch a call, or did you use some submission platforms like Film Freeways, Fest Home?
So what we did last year was to go through various platforms. We, of course, Film Freeway was still one of the leader. Sorry for the noise. Then we had also a partnership with a French platform called Doc Film Depot, and that was quite successful for the French and the French-speaking markets. Then we had also few others, one of them from Singapore and Canada that didn't work that well. So we decided to focus this year, to concentrate on only Film Freeway, with maybe a larger call for entries, a larger promotion of the call for entries, so that the smaller number of platforms to enter the competition could be balanced with a wider PR campaign. So the process is we open the submission in January. It runs until end of July. From beginning of July to end of August, our international jury is screening and rating the films in competition. In September, we announce the official selection, and in October we announce the award winners, so that we have 1.5 months to promote the award winners and to promote the program of the festival. This year the festival will be in Bangkok, physically in Bangkok at the Goethe Institute still, and at the Alliance Française that we have the pleasure to count among our screening partners this year, and which is new, will be online for 1 full month at filmocracy.com. Filmocracy.com is an American-based streaming platform with a great focus on documentary. It's a young platform. It's been acquired by a Canadian conglomerate. So it's a very promising platform, and I must say that we have a great partnership and a great relationship with their team. So from 1st of December, the official selection and the award winners will be streaming on filmocracy.com. There is a cost, there is a festival pass, but if you let's put it this way. It's difficult to pay for anything today to be watched online, huh? And I'm the first to consider that, you know, I already pay for few streaming platforms, so why pay for something else? But these films, there will be about 40 films, 40 documentaries exclusively available here and never to be seen anywhere else, and probably with no chance to see them again because documentary have trouble to access, you know, the general public in general. So for a very small amount of something like $15 for a month, you can access a Bangkok Doc online and have the first view on all these fantastic documentaries that you can see them. You can see the trailers and the details on bkkdoc.com. But if you put all together the amount of money and effort that were necessary to produce these films, you see that is a very small amount that we asked to democracy.com.
So the next edition will be next year, correct?
So we have an edition now that will start on 1st of December.
Yes.
Bangkok Doc 2021.
Excellent.
The big winner for Best Feature Documentary Award is The Six. The Six is a documentary that describe, detail, and tell the story of 6 Chinese guys who boarded the Titanic and didn't die when the Titanic crashed. And the question the filmmaker is asking is, how come you have 6 Chinese guys at that time boarding in Europe, boarding on board the Titanic, and surviving the Titanic catastrophe, and then these 6 guys disappeared. We don't know where they went. So this is a fantastic and amazing story, a true story told through this documentary, The Six. It's directed by Arthur Jones, and what's amazing is that he could convince the famous producer James Cameron to board the project. And what is fantastic is not only James Cameron has a super powerful name, but also, if you remember, James Cameron produced this entertainment feature film, The Titanic.
Of course.
So he has kilos, tons of exclusive archives, researchers,
yes,
footage that Arthur could use in his documentary, from what I
accidentally, I used to work in Fox Cairo office when Titanic was released.
Okay. Oh.
So we did the premiere in Egypt, in Cairo, when Titanic was released, and we used to get all the news, all the stuff. And I think after maybe 10 years or something, I was in the Berlinale, and there was an IMAX cinema playing a documentary, James Cameron Titanic, because he took a small submarine, and he visited the what is left of the Titanic, and
Okay.
they shot it in IMAX. It was, I think, called Ghosts of the Abyss, the film. Ghosts of the Abyss. Yes. Of course, before this, he did The Abyss, of course, was another film of his, about aliens in the ocean. But of course, the Titanic has many stories. I think it's very interesting for this filmmaker to investigate this journey of 6 Chinese who were on board. Sometimes fact is stranger than fiction, as we know. But
that's what's so fascinating about documentaries.
Mhm.
In the fiction world, in the entertainment world, when you watch a movie, a series, program, the whole idea is to get the audience hooked to the story, and the audience interact with what's happening in the story, what's happening on screen.
Yes.
With a documentary, there is no need for that, because it's a true story, and there is nothing more powerful than a true story.
Of course.
I give you an example. There is a movie that got an award, the Best Sport Documentary Award in Bangkok Doc 2021. It's the title is Surviving Bokator. It's the story of this real ancient Cambodian martial arts, very strong, very powerful, very violent martial art that is being used in Cambodia as a way to put the nation together, because Cambodia has suffered so many tragic events over the recent history. So they are using this this ancient traditional martial art as a way to to put the people together, to heal a nation, as they put it in the film.
Yes.
This is a real story. This is a real story, and it's more powerful, and you can relate as an audience so much with what you see on screen. I give you another example. We stay in Cambodia, and there is I'm looking for the poster that I have with me here. Joël Gershon made a documentary titled Cirque du Cambodia, after Cirque du Soleil, who tell the story of these guys in Cambodia that went from rice fields to Cirque du Soleil in the US. Their dream was to show their art of acrobatic, gymnastic to the Cirque du Soleil, to bring their art to the world. But when you live in Cambodia with no money, with no access to the world, it's quite of an impossible dream. This documentary, this film, shows that when your dream is powerful enough, when your will is there, when you meet the right people, everything is possible. That's really inspiring. That's really inspiring.
Yes, but right now, Stefan, do you have some plans of expanding the festival into maybe a fund to support independent filmmakers, since you have, I think, no restriction on the budget of films playing? You screen big and small films, and also of course, being a producer, maybe you have thought as well of creating a parallel film market, like we see Le Marché du Film in Cannes, or the Berlinale, the film market in the Berlinale, and big film markets like that. Do you have plans of expanding your festival, in the upcoming years?
So the plan, thank you for asking these questions. It's a very important aspect of the festival, is how do we motivate the filmmakers? How do we make their life better? And how do we provide, how do we add value to the industry? To answer these questions, I've been asking professionals here and there, mainly in Thailand. And the funding is one element. The distribution is another key factor of the success of a documentary and the success of a filmmaker journey. What we see is that all over the world, except maybe in France, where the system is very strong in supporting filmmakers, it's extremely difficult to access proper funding for a documentary. There is plenty of investment available, but to reach this plentiness, you really have to be in specific circuits. And for Southeast Asia in particular, it's the entry ticket is very high comparing to the level of investment that can be put into a documentary from Southeast Asian filmmaker. And this is my concern, because how to give opportunities to Southeast Asian filmmakers. So yes, you mentioned it. We could set up a fund. There are already a few funds available specifically for Southeast Asian filmmakers. I'm working on this idea, but we need to wait for the health-related restriction to ease in Southeast Asia. Besides Thailand and maybe one or two other countries, including, I guess, South Korea and maybe Cambodia, Southeast Asia and Asia in general is locked. You cannot travel. When you travel, you have very long quarantine. Hong Kong is 3 weeks when you want to enter Hong Kong. And as a tourist, from what I know, I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong, but as a tourist, you cannot enter Hong Kong. You cannot enter China. Taiwan is difficult, if not impossible. South Korea is easy. You just have a small quarantine, and you visit, you work in Korea. But the plan is, one, make the festival physically more important, more entertaining for a general public, drag in sponsors that would see their interest served by a larger event with public interest, and not to create a market per se, but to entertain a village where the filmmakers visiting the festival, the professionals visiting the festival, would have an opportunity to mingle in a friendly atmosphere. And this business is not like any other business. You don't, of course, it's an industry, but before the industry, there is the art creation. And the art creation, of course, you can sit around a table, but it's better if you are relaxed, you have maybe a meal, a drink, a cozy atmosphere where you meet people and you just exchange ideas, point of views, and you tell about your passion project. And then you meet people that are equally passionate. And this might translate into a partnership, a venture. Say, yeah, let's do this film together. And when there is passion, when there is a team, usually there is a distributor, there is a broadcaster, and then there is money.
Yes, but I see that Bangkok and Thailand, are surrounded by very big industries around them. You have China, you have India, So how do you see being based in Bangkok the industry in Thailand, compared to big industries like that?
Surprisingly, Thailand is at the center of Southeast Asia and one of the key countries for Asia. Geopolitically speaking, Thailand is the only country in Southeast Asia with so many land borders around it. You have Thailand and you have Cambodia, Laos, a bit of China, Myanmar, Malaysia, surrounding Thailand. So this makes Thailand kind of a hub.
Yes.
Then Thailand is extremely, surprisingly, despite all the coup every 10, 12 years, Thailand is very stable. So in terms of production, in terms of being a production hub and a creative hub, Thailand is a very key position. Then the world today, the new world, and I'm including the whole world, is under the influence of South Korean soft power. If you think about the Asian entertainment industry, who's coming up? Before it was Japan, now and for some time now it's South Korea. We all know a Parasite who went to award, Oscar, Cannes, and BTS, who is breaking all the records in terms of sales and followership. It's quite incredible. And then you have Thailand, because Thailand is fascinating in terms of having an attractive culture for everybody in the world. Everybody knows about Thailand. Everybody knows about Thailand as a touristic destination. Everybody knows about Thailand for its food, for its Thai boxing. So Thailand industry is not powerful on the world stage, but it's powerful as a power behind. Thai media outlets are very smart in terms of bringing their content out to China, to India, to other countries in Southeast Asia. South Korea entertainment industry is present and strong in Thailand. And if you notice, there is a Thai artist that is now working with a Korean artist and access the world stage. The Thai film industry is discreet so far. At the same time, if you talk about the world stage and we talk about from Asia, look, you have Kunapi Chatpong Veraseratitakul, and I'm sorry I said his name with a mistake, but he got a Palme in Cannes. His latest feature film is recognized all over the world. He's a public figure all over the world, and he represents quite well a certain nouvelle vague of the Thai filmmakers. So why Thailand? Because Thailand is surprisingly at the center of what's happening in Asia. You have to keep in mind that China is a world in itself. Chinese market is a market for China. China is not exporting its films to Europe, to the US, and I don't like to do that, but this is a fact of life so far. The entertainment industry in the world is led by Hollywood, to the point where when you talk to those executives in the platforms, they are all American. You have what is worldwide, which is an American production, or local, which is not an American production. And I'm sorry, but what is worldwide should be an American production and name title as such. And what is not American should not be a local production. French has, they're having a lot of international success. It's not local anymore. South Korea again has, you talk about the Squid Game. Yes, it's locally produced, but it's a worldwide success, so it's not local production anymore. And so there is a place to be taken by Southeast Asian filmmakers with the help of producers, with the help of distributors from surrounding us, but also from other parts of the world, to bring local production to the world stage.
Yes.
This applies to Southeast Asia, but this applies to every part of the world. And I will just talk 5 seconds more to say that when you are not considering an American production, thanks to the platforms today, the streaming platforms, you have access to so many other sources of production. And you told me that you're Egyptian. Look, the Egyptian movies, they've been ruling a part of the world for years.
Of course. Yes, we used also to have like a golden age of Egyptian cinema, before even the color era, in the 40s, the 50s. It was expanded in the whole Arab world, the Middle East. And we used to have also artists from Lebanon, from Syria coming to work in Egypt, and they used Egyptian dialect. You never notice they are not Egyptian, at that time. So it was a very big industry in Egypt. But I want to ask you right now, we are in Bangkok and we have a festival screening films like yours. How do you see? I want to ask you about the competition with streaming platform. We have Netflix, we have Disney, we have Discovery, we have National Geographic produces documentary. How do you see the competition? And also, I want to ask you, how did you? How did you see the first edition last year from point of view audience? Did you see a lot of audience coming up to see, interested in documentaries, or the audience is still influenced by such big names even in the streaming services?
We are being groomed in a way that first our attention span is very small, and we go for easy. Easy means you take your phone, you go to YouTube, and you watch whatever YouTube has decided to bring to your attention. So it's a challenge to bring people to pay attention to, you know, other sources, other places, to discover new things. And these documentaries are one of the top search for entertainment. This is due to the fact that there are so many news around that, and so many, you know, we are questioning the truthworthiness of the news that are brought to our attention, that the same way as you read a book to know something in deep, and you watch a documentary to really bring yourself up to speed with interesting knowledge. So last year audience was what we could expect for the first year of a documentary film festival launched during the COVID. It was a lot higher than our expectation. The physical audience was very modest, but not because of the festival, because of the health-related restrictions. So we could not have people coming to watch the film in mass. And it was even forbidden, kind of forbidden, to advertise for, you know, that kind of public gathering. But we had people watching, we had great interest. And last year we had a partnership with a streaming platform in the UK called filmdo.com. And Filmdo told us that they were quite impressed by the number of people watching the trailers of the documentaries. It was a very high turnout. Now, we have to invent a way for people to pay without feeling it's too much, to pay for a content that is unique, that is original, that is extremely interesting and valuable. And that, you know, when you ask to pay $15, you feel that it's a lot of money. At the same time, it's a meal. So 40 films, 45 films for the price of a meal is not that much, but we have to find a way to convince people to make it a natural move. Now you ask me about the competition with platforms. The platforms are not the competitors. The platform, they are now the best way to bring so much content to the world. So my challenge, and the team, the Bangkok Doc team challenge, is to bring our festival and our selection to the attention of people in this platform that are acquiring documentaries. I must say that we are working on that. We are welcoming the platform, Netflix, Prime, HBO, Disney, Apple TV, and platforms that are not known on the international, I mean, on the west side of the world, but that are powerful here in Asia, to pay attention to the award winners and to the official selection. And we would be very happy, honored to connect them with the filmmakers and the right holders.
Yes.
We have this plan of entertaining some kind of distribution ourselves starting next year, to make sure that the window we open to distribution for these films does not close with the festival. This is one of the plans. So we are looking actively for financial partners and strategic partners to pursue this plan.
Yes, from my point of view, I see that the margin between big networks and small networks, and also between television and cinema and streamings, are the margin is getting thinner, because in the last couple of years, most of the film stars we know did films for Netflix, for Amazon. So we don't have this margin between a television star and a film star. And I remember, like more than 10 years ago, I was in Italy, in Taormina, Sicilia, And the head of the festival was an American, very famous critic, Deborah Young. She used to write for Hollywood Reporter and Variety, and she brought this documentary. It was called Standard Operating Procedure. It's about, the Abu Ghraib prison, in Iraq, and the film, I think I was very surprised because the film, when you see it, is shocking and at the same time entertaining. It's very fast paced, although it's based on documentary footage and still photos and interviews, the usual documentary stuff. But also, the movie was very fast paced and could be very accessible to people who don't like documentaries. And the music as well was composed by Danny Elfman, who is famous to collaborate with Tim Burton, and he did the first two Batman with Tim Burton and many of Tim Burton films. So I think bit by bit, I think the audiences can tend to watch more than action or comedy films. You would like to see other stuff as well, either for and also this with efforts like yours and many other festivals organizers and platforms curators. I think this diversity will be brought to the streaming platforms as well.
You're right. You're right. The diversity is important, and there is an opportunity here not to be missed for every gender, every I didn't want to say gender, every genre of
Yes.
genre of documentaries, genre of entertainment to access the mass streaming and to access a large number of people. It's important to show that whatever your origin, whatever your opinion, as long as you're respectful to others, you have a right to say and a right to be heard. What is extremely important for me in this documentary in Bangkok Doc, in our documentary film festival, is to give a voice and to give a platform to a very wide array of opinions. And that's why we have, for instance, we have the award for best minority-related documentary, the award for first-time filmmaker, or award for a film directed or produced by a woman. It's not to put woman as a minority, because it's half of the world, obviously, but to help women to access the world stage at a moment where the industry is opening to more diversity, but still led by men directors and men producers. We have so if we look through our categories, you have the traditional categories: best feature documentaries, best short documentaries, best series documentaries, best archive-based documentary, etc. But you have also best minority-related documentary, best documentary from a woman director or producer, best Asian documentary, best Chinese documentary, best Thai documentaries. We are based in Thailand.
Of course.
Best LGBTQ related issue documentary. To say that we are open to all opinions. We are open to all point of views, and this is very important, especially in our world today, where we need to have different point of views to make our own opinions. The line not to be crossed is respect of others.
Of course.
As long as you respect others in your opinion, as long as you are not promoting hate, as long as you are not trying to hurt anyone, whatever you want to say goes with us. So we don't have censorship for ideas or opinions. We have censorship for education, good manners, and respect for others. So what is the role of let's say, what is the role of leading platform in this effort? I think that there is one aspect that I really don't like, is that they are all based in the US. So it means we are living the American dream. And I don't say it in the 50 in the the way it was understood during the 50s, last century, but we are kind of forced to dream a way that might not be our way to dream. So when you are in Thailand, when you are in Egypt, when you are in Mali, you don't dream the same way as you would do in New York, in Los Angeles, in Phoenix. So I think this is what the leading streaming platform should have in mind and promote. Saying this, I must say that we welcome the opening of a large structure for Netflix in Thailand. They employed over 200 people in Thailand, from what I was told. So it may be a sign that what I've just said is in their mind, that have to give voice to everybody everywhere. That's a fantastic opportunity.
Yes. Stéphane Lambert, founder of Bangkok Documentary Awards, I want to thank you very much for this rich interview. And I wish you all the best for the current and upcoming edition next year. And I wish you all the success with the awards, with the festival, and the expansion we talked about. And we hope to see you as well physically in one of these events.
Sherif, thank you very much for inviting me to join your show. It's
Thank
been
you.
Great to talk to you. Thank you for all your questions and your interest.
Thank you very much.
If anyone wants to know more about BKK Doc, feel free to contact me through Sherif, or directly with bkkdoc.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Au revoir.
Sawadee kap. Au revoir.
Good afternoon. Tonight, I'm very happy to welcome a great friend of mine, actor and director and producer, Hani Al-Naimi, also known as Michael DeSanti, correct?
Correct.
How are you, Hani?
I'm good. How are you?
How's everything? Long time. Of course, Hani, we met in Los Angeles maybe 10 years ago or more.
Yeah.
And we published an interview with him, a written interview on Egypt Today magazine.
Right.
And the interview is still online, by the way, for people who wants to discover it. And here we are again, welcoming Hani. How are you, Hani? How is everything in Los Angeles?
Very good, Sherif. Thank you for asking. They just announced the Oscar nominations today, which was very interesting.
Yes, I just read on the news feeds here on Microsoft. I would check it out,
Yeah.
First, I want to know, Hani, why did you switch off to your original name? Of course, you mentioned in the interview when you came to the United States, an agent advised you to look for a non-Arab name.
Correct.
And you have chosen, Michael, which is a very common, name, and DeSanti, which is a variation on Armand Asante, one of your favorite actor, a great character actor, of course. So
Correct.
Tell me about it.
So when I first started back in 1990, my agent manager at the same time, they couldn't get me auditions because my name was Hani Al-Naimi, which most people don't even know how to pronounce, and they thought I was so foreign that I wouldn't be able to speak English with no accent.
Yes.
Little did they know that I went to boarding school in the UK for 10 years prior to that. So I came when I was 18 to the United States and went to university here. And I studied business and theater. And, you know, they advised me, they told me we're having a hard time getting you auditions. People don't want to see you because they think that you're foreign, et cetera, et cetera. Please change your name. And, you know, being that we're trying to get you into soap operas and things like that, maybe something Mediterranean, something that sounds from Mediterranean that's more palatable. You know, back then, ethnic names were not very common. It was De Niro, Pacino, and all these Italian names. So I thought about it, and I had seen, I think, a movie that Antonio Banderas and Armando Assante were in. They played brothers.
Yes,
And
Mambo King.
Mambo King, exactly. And I remember that movie, and I started as an extra, as an actor. I started in that movie as an extra, and I saw them working, and I was very inspired by Armando Assante, and I was like thinking, there's an opportunity for me to do something. Let me take his name and change it a little bit, and then maybe they'll be happy with that. So I did, and that's how I started my career.
Yes. Hani, you know, I remember we talked a lot about your beginnings and then your casting in the Hurt Locker, you know. And I don't want to repeat that because people can read it online. But I want to ask you, after right now, like 30 years in the United States, many things, of course, have changed and happened. Okay. But I remember when 9/11 happened, Tribeca Festival started as a local festival with Robert De Niro and Martin Scorsese trying to help local filmmakers. And then it became an international festival, you know, something very big, similar in the United States, like San Francisco or Sundance. And I started to go to the festival to cover it, you know. It had a very great focus, and it used to play many films with Arab American stories, you know. But I want to ask you, did the casting process and the stereotyping have changed over the course of these years in Hollywood, according to yourself?
I'll tell you what happened. Right before 9/11, Middle Eastern culture was more accepted. You would go down here in LA and Los Angeles, and sometimes you would hear, you know, somebody listening to Amr Diab, you know, or somebody like that. It was becoming mainstream part of the, you know, the culture, artistic culture of Los Angeles, and more accepted and more, you know, what's the right word, chic. And then after 9/11, everything came to a stop, and it completely went the other way. The pendulum swung all the way to the other end, where people became very anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, anti anything to do with the Middle East. They were lynching people who had turbans on, who were not even Arab or Muslim. They're Sikhs. They thought that these people were, you know, the people that went in 9/11, you know, and it's a lot of misunderstanding and ignorance that fueled that extreme reaction the other way. It has come down quite a bit. You know, after the United States went to Afghanistan and they just pulled out, we're talking about 20 years of war. You know, that's a long time, and it's not a war that the United States can claim that it won, you know. So it became you know, more accepted that we have to look at these people, the enemy, so to speak, people who are from the Middle East and all these places, and not as necessarily an enemy, but trying to understand them. Because, you know, out of 20 years of war, what did we get? Nothing. Nothing was accomplished. We're back to where we were before. So now the pendulum has come down to the middle. It's not this way or this way. It's becoming more accepted with Black Lives Matter and all these protests that happen, that people of minorities of ethnic backgrounds that are non-white have to be represented. They have to be represented in culture and they have to be represented in Hollywood. It's almost like it becoming more, shall we say, justified to have people of color, whether Middle East or Asia or wherever, black or white or non-white, to be represented in products, films, TV. All these things have to be the color of the world, not the color of America.
Yes.
You know, this is a global marketplace. It's no longer the American marketplace and then the Chinese marketplace and the European marketplace. This is a global marketplace. Netflix has shows from Korea that's a big hit. Netflix has a show from Spain that's a big hit. Next thing you know, we from the Arab world might have a big hit. We just need to create it. The problem is this. We as people of the Middle East, we're from a multitude of different cultures. Even though we're Arabs in general, we are still divided by nationality, by accents, by all these things that should be kind of, shall we say, put together in such a way, in a synergetic way, where you can make a product that appeals to all of the Middle East, not just one nation, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, whatever. So that's the tricky part. So when I watch shows, like I was watching a couple of days ago, Newton's Law. I don't know if you know that Egyptian show, Newton's Law.
Yes, it was made last Ramadan, you know, with Mona Zaki.
With Mona Zaki. And I watched it and I thought, you know, it's not bad. They tried to accomplish something. Nobody's been able to do that. It's one step in the right direction, but there's so much more to do, so much more.
Of course.
The other problem is, you and I talked about this 10 years ago. We have multitude of Arab folklore, mysticism, heroes that nobody is doing anything about. Nobody's creating the stories to inspire these young kids about, you know, these stories, that legends that we have that would create very good entertainment for the marketplace. You know, we have to be able to do that and develop these stories and make them more of a mainstream, so that, you know, the Squid Game version would be our, maybe something that's a legend that nobody's done a movie about, Alf Layla Layla or something like that. So we have to kind of coerce the market to support our story so we can represent our region. And that takes money, time, and effort, and people that have support will, if you have support, if you have the community embracing what you're trying to do, the mission, then you're able to do it. Unfortunately, the support is not here, not in the United States anyway. And in Egypt, you know, we know what happened. They kind of shrank the industry to a level where it's, you know, it's a government-run entity now. So are we going the right direction or the wrong direction here? This is the problem.
Yeah. You know, more maybe than 15 years ago, in the media city in Egypt, you know, there was a leading film critic, and maybe you know him very much, and Yasmin, your wife, know him very well. She came once to Alexandria Festival and he was there. She was presenting one of her films, Mr. Yusuf Riz Allah. He passed away, and he used to handle, besides his work as a television presenter, and he was head of the Nile TV, he was in, you know, handling the international relations in the media city in Cairo.
Right.
And he was trying to get films that should be shot in Egypt, you know, and I used to work with him. He taught me a lot of stuff since I began working in the industry like 30 years ago. And he was trying to get, you know, some kind of funds to produce The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time there was a producer who wanted to cast Lawrence Fishburne, you know.
Lawrence
And
Fishburne, yeah, the actor.
yes, and also international actors. Me, my own theory about realizing this is co-production, I think, or to find stories that can take place. Something like you mentioned Newton law, but and also in film, I mean, you can find stories that can take place between the United States, between Europe and the Arab world, and to bridge the culture between these three continents, you know. Finding production, finding stories that have different ethnic background, you know, something like that. It needs, I think, producers who have some kind of motto, in their lives, not your common producers,
right?
And I think of course, you are familiar with. Indiana Jones, or Jack Ryan character was played by Harrison Ford, and these kind of characters, we must find some similar characters, because you have a character like Indiana Jones. I was fascinated by it when I was a child, because he's a professor. He has suit and tie like Jack Ryan, and also he goes to the desert or goes to the jungle with his shotgun or his machete, so you have I think we can find similar stories and similar colorful characters in our history, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think not only that, but we have so many stories. Just to give you an instance, the biographies that Egypt was able to make about historical figures.
Yes.
There's so many stories. Asmahan, Kulthum. Nobody done anything about Kulthum. Come on.
Yeah. Yes, they did a film and a television series, but the problem about this kind of production, they are destined for the Arab market. They don't
you'll
think
be surprised, Sherif.
Yeah.
This Kulthum is internationally known. You go to cafes all over Europe, all over the United States, you'll hear her voice. It's amazing.
Yes, I know she's very popular until now, but if you compare the film made on Kulthum and the television series, by the way, it was very popular when it was released in Egypt, starring Sabrine. And if you compare this to a film, the film that won the Oscar on Edith Piaf, with Marion Cotillard. The film, has very big production values, very attention to details of the era, even Marion Cotillard, who got the Oscar and started to work in American film, learned how to sing Edith Piaf own songs with her own voice. So it was, this attention to details in production, performance, sets, that brought up the film from being a French hit into a movie released in the United States. Maybe it played in art house films, and maybe it was somewhere was dubbed in English or subtitled, and it got the Oscars. Why? Because it has in the back in the mind of their makers, it was destined for not only the Francophone people, but for the whole world. So we need, I think, production values, because if you want to make a film for the eyes of the American audience, they are quite, of course, you know that more than me, they are quite, their eyes and their reception, are quite adapted for big values of films. Something that you can see on the big screen, something that can make you go out from your home instead of watching streaming services, to go to see it on a big screen. And I remember you telling me about your own will to produce something for yourself. So tell me about because you directed some short films and you
Yeah.
produced them as well. Tell me about your work after you already accomplished a lot of starring role in cinema and films. What you would like to do in the future?
Okay, so what I've done in the past few years is I've decided to have more control over what I'm going to be working on instead of waiting for the phone to ring
Yes.
and me taking a job offer or me auditioning for a big film or whatever that is. I try not to audition anymore. If somebody offers me a job and I'm interested, I'll take it. My focus now is about writing, directing, producing, because I feel the people of my background and your background don't have a voice in the content. We essentially have to show up and play a part in somebody else's idea. I wanted to create my own ideas. So I've developed 3 different scripts so far. Each one is at various stages of development. There's one particular one that I was very close to making pre-pandemic. I had a major Hollywood star attached. She agreed to do it, and she wanted to produce it with me because she was so emotionally attached to the script. She loved the script, and she wanted to be a part of the producing of it. And I was looking for the lead male, and then the pandemic hit, and then financing went away. She, of course, couldn't work on it because I couldn't put it together anymore. They shut down everything. So that opportunity is still ongoing. I'm trying to put it back together with somebody, a very well-known producer and Hollywood actor named Fisher Stevens. Fisher Stevens is a producer as well as an actor. So we're teaming up together, trying to put this thing together. I have another script that I resurrected from 12 years ago that I wrote for myself to lead. Now I'm thinking about directing that one. That one's an action story. It takes place in the Middle East, and it's about, should we say, it's kind of like Taken, but not really. It's about an artifact. And somebody wanting the artifact I can't really talk about it too much because, as you know, the intellectual rights sometimes a challenge and all that stuff. And I've also have the adaptation of a book that you're aware of, The Collaborator of Bethlehem. I had optioned that book for 5 years, 6 years, trying to get it to be financed and hopefully done. And the option ran out, unfortunately. I spent a lot of money, a lot of time trying to get it to go, but I approached a well-known actor and he thought it was too one-sided and all these other reasons. But anyway, that is still something, a possibility that I might do. In fact, if that, maybe I could probably lead that film instead of just directing it and producing it. So I have these 3 projects, and I've been in multitude of films, TV shows since then. I just finished a movie in Mexico. Sometimes you have to play the parts that you don't want to play just to, for the paycheck. And that was exactly that. Play a bad guy, and it's fun, actually. It's not that bad. And I've directed 2 short films. I produced 3 other short films, and I produced a feature film that I think you know about. It's a horror film.
Yes.
It's an ongoing process. It's a lifetime commitment when you're in this business. You can't just think, oh, let me just try it out and see if I can make it. If that happens, you're 1 in a billion. It doesn't happen that way. The overnight successes that people hear about are people who have been working at it for 20 years. most of the time. They don't hear the 20-year story. They hear, oh, overnight success. So my advice to people who are thinking about getting in the business is don't look at it like a sprint. It's a marathon. And it's a marathon that takes multitude of skills, not just running. It's like a triathlon. You have to be good at 10 different things now, not just one. You have to be good at acting, directing, producing, and writing. And if you can do all these things together and do them well, you have a good chance.
Yes, but my final questions, Hani, right now, during the last years, since your beginnings, right now, like you have more than 30 years career, did you try or you being approached by Arab producers to do something in Arabic in the Arab world during the past years, or this is something right now you are most confined in Hollywood?
I have never been approached to do anything in the Middle East. The only project I've done in the Middle East is actually The Hurt Locker, and that was by an American producer and director. I don't know why, honestly. Perhaps it's somebody not knowing that I'm actually Middle Eastern Arab and I speak Arabic fluently. A lot of people in the Middle East don't have me on their radar because they don't know me. And then there's confusion with the name, Michael DeSante, my real name Hani, and then it becomes a kind of a big question mark for them. So I hope that somebody out there that is a producer or director or writer that is of my nationality or Middle Eastern can collaborate with me or something. It would be great. I love to work with people of my culture.
Yes, but did you try to go to festivals in the Arab world?
I've been to Dubai. I've been to Dubai when it was on.
Yes.
I went to Tribeca, the Qatar, Doha.
I was there. The second edition, they had Antonio Banderas, Omar Sherif, when they did the Doha Festival. I was there in this edition.
I went the first time, the very first one. I went to Dubai when Mission Impossible was being shot there.
Or the opening film, because it was shot there the year before. Yes, we went to Dubai the last edition because I want to show it to my wife. We were lucky.
Don't be too sure. They may bring it back because the Red Sea Festival, they created a little bit of competition in the Middle East, and
of course,
the Cairo Film Festival is becoming more prominent now. So Dubai might come back, or Abu Dhabi might do something. You never know.
Yes, I think so. I hope so, because as I've seen the coverage of the Red Sea Festival, and right now the plans of Saudi Arabia, they want to become very big, not only in the Gulf but all around the world. In the entertainment industry, they are expanding in everything. And I think artists like yourself, should have a place as well for the younger generation who would like to venture into filmmaking and in entertainment. There are a lot, of course, coming from the Gulf and all over the Arab world right now. And I think also the streaming service is a solution for this, because the production value right now of television has become very close to films. So I think in the coming year we'll see a lot of changes in the industry and the production module. Who knows?
I agree. I hope there's more synergy among people of different nationalities, and hopefully create good projects together.
Yes. Hani, I want to thank you very much for this great interview. I'm beginning to share it across my social media. Please do yourself as well. And I wish you all the best in your upcoming projects. I look forward to see your films and your directorial efforts. And I hope you develop a lot of projects between America, Europe, and also the Middle East for people to discover your work and your art as well.
Thank you, Sherif. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you and talk with you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye. Hello, good morning. Today very happy to welcome a great filmmaker, originally from Chicago, Omar McClinton. He's been in the entertainment business as an actor, producer, and also a few years ago he launched his own festival, various artists, and so we're welcoming him this morning. How are you, Omar? Thank you for accepting the invitation.
No, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm doing very well. Hope you're doing good too.
Thank you very much, Omar. Right now, before we speak about the festival, since you're preparing the new edition, I want to ask you first, and so you can say to our viewers, how did you got interested in becoming an artist, and how did you made your movement from Chicago to Los Angeles and then Miami and then back to Chicago?
Actually, so it's a little complicated. I'll try to give you the short version. I had grown up, of course, in a single parent home, and it was very inexpensive for my mom to take me to the movies. Now, I come from
Yes.
a time period where you didn't just have double features, you had triple features. So you literally go in and the sun is up, and you come out at night and it's completely dark. So my mother and I would do movies every weekend, often these triple features, and it was growing up watching movies that really piqued my interest in how you make movies, what movies stand for, and how they can actually, change your life, help mold you and your beliefs.
Yes.
So that's what actually got me started into the thinking mode of being in the entertainment business. And then from that, grew up wanting to be an actor, and I was an actor for a while. I starred in several commercials in Chicago, local commercials, Kraft macaroni and cheese, and McDonald's industrial films, and things of that nature. And when I went out for different interviews and auditions, it was always for a certain type of character, and that was not the type of character that I wanted to play. So,
Really?
yeah,
Mm.
it
Yeah,
was
you
all,
know, I've been seeing your actor credits, for instance. I think you work in many things. I mean, in special effects, animation. This
Mhm.
is behind the camera, but in front of the camera, I've seen you played a lot of time a cop. In a very well-known television series. I mean, cult television series in the United States, right?
yeah.
Hmm.
I was working as a glorified background player that got bumped up for a lot of different roles and situations, and a lot of shows. Yeah, but they now or at that time in
Uh-huh.
my life, I was cast as a cop, police officer, which was great. But younger in my career, I was always cast as a gang member, gang banger, and I didn't want to do that. That's not
Yes,
how I wanted to portray myself. So I started writing.
yes,
And once I
yes.
started writing, I fell in love with writing. And there's
Uh-huh.
a natural progression between writing and producing. So that's how I slid into producing.
Yes, yes. But right now, I see many, not many actors in Hollywood. Uh, Not now, maybe, but I mean in the 60s, 70s. I only remember like Robert Redford, who was at the top of his career and started Sundance Festival,
Mhm, mhm.
and Sundance became, one of the leading film festival across the world, not only in the United States. But I want to ask you, why did you decide, let us say, at an early stage of your career, to start your own festival?
After I had started writing and producing and then eventually directing, I'd done that for several years. And the natural progression for that, I went to visual effects and I did other things. And I had accumulated so much knowledge over this time. My first job was in 1986. So I accumulated so much knowledge from that time period to up to 6 years ago. I said, look, I've got to try to share this information with people to make their careers and their career path easier on them than it was for me. So I started a film festival and I changed the rules a little bit and I went against the norm. And with that, it would provide a larger and a better opportunity for filmmakers that could maybe they were distracted from their careers. They had to take time off from their careers to raise a family, take care of a loved one, things of that nature. It catered to them, so they could get back into the industry, get back into the love they have for filmmaking, and then they could afford the featuring their projects. They could afford the opportunity of getting educational material and mentorship, but then also distribution opportunities in a film festival that no longer has a 2-year stipulation on when your film would be completed. Meaning, if it's older than 2 years old, then it's no longer eligible. Well, the Various Artists Independent Film Festival, that's the very first thing we did. We removed that stipulation. So if you finished your film and it's ready to go, then it has an opportunity to be shown and screened and acknowledged the way it should be here at Various Artists.
Yes. And Omar, tell me, why and how did you conceptualize the theme of your festival? As an artist, working on stage in cinema, you have all, I mean, the colors of the rainbow in entertainment and cinema, to create your festival. But tell me, how did you finalize the concept of your festival?
I based it first on trying to be fair to the artists. There are a lot of festivals, and I don't want to point fingers, but there are a lot of festivals that, of course, they cater to what makes them successful at Various Artists, because I consider myself first and foremost an artist. So I wanted to make a festival that catered to the artists and things that the artists would need to be successful, not necessarily the festival. Because I do believe that as soon as I get one artist that reaches their career goal, that gets their award they've always wanted to reach, or attain that milestone they want in their career, and they say they got their start at Various Artists, then the festival will be successful. But it's very important to first help people attain the goal they want to attain, and then at that point, fine, you can then go back and everyone can be successful. But I first started off being fair to the artist. Removing the 2-year stipulation was the very first thing I did. Making sure that I also help people build their own brand. Meaning, to be successful in the industry, one thing I've learned over 30 plus years, you are your own business. You are your own brand. You have to make sure that you are profitable and with the awareness of what people need, what people want, what people expect, what they don't expect. So you have to always reinvent yourself. So the second thing I did with Various Artists, I allowed an opportunity for the artists to take advantage of the internet, to help them build their brand and build awareness, and what's called a view and vote. View and vote is an industry term. Every year, everyone in guilds and unions has an opportunity to view different material and vote for different projects they want nominated for Emmys, they want nominated for Academy Awards, and that's a standard view and vote terminology. So what happens, I brought that over to the festival market so that the artists can then have their own view and vote, the one with the most positive votes in this category of all the categories of the festival. They then win that nominee number 1, 2, 3, or 4 spot. This is exactly how it works in the industry. This is industry standard. So when you go to the Academy Awards, when you go to the Emmys, there's a viewing vote for everyone in that department. And then the top winners of that are the ones that are nominated. And then a completely different panel will vote on the winner. And that's what I have here as well, making sure that after they've won the positive votes of the audience vote, let's say, I then brought in a lot of my celebrity friends and industry friends that have been around for years, that have won multiple awards or nominated for multiple awards. And that includes Oscars and Emmys, etc. They then come in and watch the final 4 nominees, and then they pick the winners of that category. So I tried to bring the industry standard way of working down to the level of people just starting off, to get them knowledgeable and to get them started in their careers. So those are the very first things that I started to implement the way we do things at various artists, because I think it helps benefit the artists to know what to expect, to know what industry standard really is, but it also helps them build their brand so that if they make it to the best of, or they make it to the grand prize, great. But if they didn't, they at least walk away with awareness, they walk away with a larger audience. And when they start their own Kickstarter campaigns or Patreons, they now have an audience larger now than they had before. And then everybody wins. And again, that's how you make something that's focused on the artist being successful, as opposed to a festival, just making money off of the artist.
Yes, and right now, Omer, next edition, it will be when and where?
So our submission category happens 4 times a year: fall, winter, spring, and summer. We've already had our fall and winter submissions, and we have our nominees number 1 and 2. But we're currently looking for nominees 3 and 4. So in our spring submission window has just opened. We're taking submissions in 10 different categories for short films on Film Freeway, or you can go to VAIFF.com, Various Artists Independent Film Festival.com.
Yes.
Submit your material from there, a link that goes to Film Freeway. You submit, and then at that point, we help you by building banners for your project. We make a teaser video for your project, and then we help you just submit that via your social media outlets, your Facebooks, your Instagrams, your TikTok, your Twitter. We actually give you the tools you need to help you be successful. If you end up winning the most positive votes in your category, then that becomes my nominee number 3, nominee number 4. Those windows are already open, and we're accepting submissions right now.
Yes. So right now, you accept short films, documentaries, and features, narratives, or only one genre? Or I see you have as well animation on the website.
Yes, we have of the categories, and there are many. And so I do encourage people to go to VAIFF.com. But we have animation, children and family, documentary, drama, foreign. We even have an experimental category, music videos, TV web pilots, and we now just opened up fan films as well. So we actually have quite a few different genres for people to submit their films, 45 minutes or less. And, we wish everyone the best, because everyone works hard, and everyone, no one has money to burn. So when they invest their time and money into a project, all projects deserve their proper attention. And I'm hoping that I can feature as many films and projects that I can to bring awareness to these hardworking individuals.
Yes, and right now, if I'm a filmmaker, I have a short film, I will submit it to the various artists festival. From your side of the festival, you will help me, let's say, with the marketing tools, branding, promotional packages for my film, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
So again,
and
the bigger difference
for all
we have,
the submitters,
banners and everything else, correct?
This is for all the people who submits, or people who are, like you finalize a group of filmmakers.
This is for everyone that submits. So what happens is that you submit a project, we help you with the banner material, we help you with a teaser promo, but you can then just forward out to people on your social media accounts It already has a call to action, which at the end tells you where to go to vote for your film. All that's included. So when you submit to us, you get the banner ads, you get the teaser trailer. If you win and you go to the finale, you win a free copy of Final Draft, one of our sponsors this year, which is already a few $100s. You get that for free just by submitting to this festival. And then our grand prize winner gets a production grant. And that's a short film production grant and mentorship opportunities so that we help them within the year create an entirely new short film that we then premiere the opening night at next year's festival. So it's quite a bit that everyone is open to. No matter who you are, you have that opportunity to win it all.
Yes, and right now, like you told me, you're planning the next edition to be physical. It will be in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Next edition. Yes.
So
When will be the dates?
We are officially back in Chicago, the first weekend in Chicago, and this October. And we are going to do a hybrid festival this year. It will be in person, live screenings. We return to that. And we'll also have an online virtual opportunity for those who can't make it to Chicago. They can still participate, watch the actual films that won the nominees, the nominee categories, and then they can watch the judges actually announce live who the winners are. So yes, we have both this hybrid and in person.
Yes, great, Omar. So people can start to submit right now from the website of the festival that will lead them to the page on Film Freeway, right?
That's correct. They can go to vaiff.com and then there's a link there to submit, or they can go to Film Freeway and look for various artists, independent film festival, or they can submit that way. So there are two options, and the windows to submit are open now.
Yes, and right now, part of the web links you have on your Internet Movie Database, there is another website. It's vaviewz.com. This is what a streaming service. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. VA Views is what we have. What you see on the link on IMDb is a link to our website that has our beta project. This is our distribution service. Again, most film festivals don't have their own distribution service, but one thing we offer, after you've submitted to the festival, we then offer various content creators an opportunity to post their or host their project on VA Views, which we then turn around and we all do what's called profit sharing. So any money that's made from VA Views, from all of the marketing, from all of the clicks, from all of the eyes, from the banners, etc., we all take part in profit sharing, and I'm able to then turn around and give that money back to the content creator to help them fund their next project, and to give them that awareness and notoriety of who they are, their Patreon, to get a proper following. So when they're ready to produce their next film, they already have everything they need. And that's a streaming service that we offer. And that's free to join.
Yes. And so we can say that the two projects are connected together. And as you know, Omar, the creators of short films, maybe they are and they face more challenges than the creator of feature films. Usually short films, they are projected in festivals like yours around the world, but later on they find challenges to be distributed, to be sold out to platforms. And so your platform here can help them to continue the way for their films to be promoted and maybe to be acquired and to have some finance for a follow-up project, right?
Yes. Creators of short films have a really, really difficult time trying to get their content shown,
Yes.
and or just even taken seriously, because most people will only look at features, or they only consider feature filmmakers as real filmmakers or content creators. That's not necessarily
Yes.
true. This is a start for everyone that wants to go to the next level, and this is a fair opportunity for everyone that wants to go to the next level. And
Yes.
what we offer, it is connected. The festival is connected to distribution. Distribution is connected to the festival. You can actually sign up for one and become eligible for both, and then have the opportunity to have your work taken seriously and to get other distribution outlets, other distribution opportunities, whether it's product placement, or whether it's other opportunities, even just like I said, the profit sharing that other platforms don't offer. So we're really trying to take the Various Artists Independent Film Festival into a whole next level, another step in the evolution of festivals and competitions, not just because we're different, but because we're trying to be better for the content creators. And we're really doing everything we can to make that possible.
Yes. Since you are so bored, I want to ask you about the status of filmmaking in Chicago. For me, my experience when I visited America, I know New York is a location for shooting films, but we cannot say there is an industry. I don't know. In California, Los Angeles, there is Hollywood, the industry, and there are independent filmmakers all around the U.S. But also, when I visited Miami in Florida, I noticed that the new generation of filmmakers would like to have their own industry, not dependent on other American states. But for example, what can you tell us about the industry? Is Chicago only like a shooting location for big Hollywood films because of the taxes and stuff like that? What can you tell us?
I can honestly tell you that
Mhm.
we went from years ago when I first started having only a few projects here and there, nothing
Yeah.
major, to really being one of the leading locations of
Uh-huh.
film and TV in the world. I can't tell you how impressed and proud I am of the Chicago or Illinois filmmaking community that
Mhm.
really has the training and the knowledge, and they've worked on so many different projects. And the list of different people looking to film in Chicago now, because there's a pool of tools and gear and crew and everything that you would need in Chicago. It's amazing. It's amazing. They've had a lot of work lately, and it's getting even better. And I really need to tell you, Chicago is the place to be. I'm very proud of them. They continue to impress. They continue to work really hard, and you'll never find a better crew. They're great.
Great. This is great. Omar, right now we know about the festival, the attached streaming service. What I would like you to ask finally for you as an artist or a festival creator or a streaming service creator, do you have yourself other dreams you want to realize as an artist right now?
Oh boy, that's a great question. I think the only dream left for me to realize is to make sure that I can make other people's dreams come true. Oh, and I say that not because it's a pat answer. I say it because I've done a lot of things I've wanted to do. I've gotten a lot of answers that I've wanted to have answered. Some of them, what I wanted to hear, some of them not. But I got my answers. And I think that at this point, there's so many people that don't have the opportunity or the support, and they really need that, especially nowadays with so much going on. If I can now turn around and now help someone else find out the answers they want, get the support that they need, that's very important to me. That's a dream fulfilled for me. I tell my family all the time, and people, my resume will not be on my tombstone. It's not going to list all the credits and all the accomplishments and all the awards. It's going to very simply say who I am, when I got here, when I left, if I was a great husband, if I was a great father, and that's about it. So it's really important to me to be the best Omar McClinton that I can be. And I can't be the best I can be if I'm not helping other people be the best that they can be. If that makes any sense.
This is great. This is great, Omar. I want to thank you very much for the interview. And I think we'll try to share this interview and so people can understand more about various artists independent film festival and its attached streaming service. How can they submit? And also we hope we can do, I will use right now an internet expression. We do a shout out about it, and I look forward for the next edition, and I wish you all the success, as well as an artist, writer, director, creator. And I look forward for the success of the next editions and for your projects.
Thank you so much for having me on and giving me this platform to share what we do. And I look forward to working with you and everyone that joins us. Please do. Let's make this a various artist community that we can help each other. Each one teach one. That's what we're about. So I'm very excited to get to work with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Omar. Have a good day. Best wishes.
Oh, you as well. Thank you very much.